Interpreter Charles or Interpreter Pablo, are you able to interpret for us on the English channel? Interpreter Pablo or Interpreter Charles, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. This is Interpreter Pablo.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and read for the Spanish participants. For those of you just joining the meeting, live translation in Spanish is available, and members wishing to listen in Spanish can join the Spanish channel. To do so, click on the interpretation icon in the Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe. Once you join the Spanish channel, we recommend you shut off the main audio so you only hear the Spanish translation. Pablo,
Para los que recién se unen a la reunión, interpretación en vivo al español está disponible y los miembros que deseen escuchar en español pueden unirse al canal. Para unirse, haga clic en el icono de interpretación en la barra de herramientas de Zoom, que ahora aparece un globo terráqueo. Una vez se una al canal de español, se recomienda que apague el audio primario para que solo escuche la interpretación al español.
Thank you.
All right, Madam City Clerk, thank you so much. We'll go ahead and call our meeting to order. Could you please call the roll of the City Council?
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Here.
Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer. Councilmember Alvarez. Vice Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Mayor Rogers.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Alvarez, Councilmember Fleming, and Councilmember Sawyer.
Okay, thank you so much. Madam Deputy City Clerk, if you could also promote me on Zoom so that I can see folks. We are in a hybrid format today. We are both in our council chambers with council members as well as live via Zoom. I see a couple of additional planning commissioners who are raising their hands as well as Councilmember Alvarez. There'll be multiple opportunities for public engagement today, both be either here in the chamber or through our pre-recorded voicemail comments or our live Zoom comments. Madam City Clerk, can you walk folks through with how they would be able to participate in today's meeting?
Thank you. After each agenda item is presented, the mayor will ask for council comments and then open it up for public comment. The mayor will first take public comment from those participating in the chamber, then move on to members of the public participation via Zoom. The host in Zoom will be lowering all hands until public comment is open for the agenda item. Once the mayor has called for public comment, he will announce for the public to raise their hand if they wish to speak on the specific agenda item. If you are calling in to listen to the meeting audibly, you can dial *9 to raise your hand. If you wish to provide a public comment and are attending the meeting in person, please sign up to speak on an item with the administrator, Julie, at the top of the room. This process is in lieu of speaker cards in order to reduce touch points due to COVID-19. Julie will ask your name, what item you wish to speak on, and for a one-sentence summary for your statement for the record. The mayor will then call on those in person who have signed up to speak on the item. Once all live comments, Zoom and in person, have been heard, the meeting host will play voicemail public comments. If you provide a live public comment on an agenda item, but also submitted an email, e-comment, or recorded a voice message public comment, your email, e-comment, or voice message public comment will not be duplicated, read, or played during the meeting. Additionally, there are 2 public comment periods on today's agenda to speak on non-agenda matters under items 13 and 17. This is the time when any person may address the council on matters not listed on this agenda, but which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Throughout today's agenda, when the mayor calls for public comment, an interpreter will be prepared to assist anyone needing interpretation services. Those using interpreter support will be afforded additional time for your public comment as required by the Brown Act. We ask that those listening on the Spanish channel but wishing to make a public comment to turn off the interpretation channel entirely at the time you hear your name called, so you can join the main channel to make your public comment heard and translated into English. This icon may now look like a circle with an ES in the middle and the word Spanish underneath. You can then rejoin the Spanish channel at the conclusion of your comment to continuing listening in Spanish. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. We'll move on to item 2, announcement of closed session items. Council did meet earlier today in a special city council meeting to hear 2 items in closed session. I'll turn to our city attorney and see if she has any further information to add.
Yes, the council met in closed session in the special meeting this morning. I understand that there was a report out earlier. I will repeat the report out now for members of the public that were not present. Council did meet on 2 items. The first concerned existing litigation concerning CPUC proceedings regarding the Jennings Crossing. And gave direction to litigators. And then the council met on item 2.2. Again, this was in the special session regarding labor negotiations and gave direction to a labor negotiator. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. So we'll move on to our first study session of the day. You might notice some additional Zoom boxes up there in the corners here. We do have a joint study session here with our Planning Commission. Madam Clerk, do we need to call the roll of the Planning Commission to establish their quorum?
Yes, we should call the roll of the Planning Commission. If the council would just give me one moment, I will bring that up. Okay, thank you for your patience. Commissioner Holton. Commissioner Okrepke.
Here.
Commissioner Dugan.
Here.
Commissioner Carter.
Here.
Vice Chair Peterson.
Here.
And Chair Weeks.
Here.
So let the record show that all commissioners are here with the exception of Commissioner Holton.
All right, Mr. City Manager, do you want to introduce the item?
Mayor and members of the City Council, item 3.1 this afternoon is our 2050 General Plan Vision Statements. Amy Lyle, our supervising planner, will be the staff presenter today on this item.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. Nice to see you, Mayor Rogers, Chair Weeks, members of the Council and the Planning Commission. My name is Amy Lyle, and it's my pleasure to serve as the supervising planner for our advanced planning team. And today we will also have a couple other presenters. We will have Andy Gustafson, our senior planner and project manager for our general plan update. And then also Beatrice Guerrero Auna, who is our equity and public health planner. Her position is funded by our Kaiser Permanente grant, which we'll talk about a little bit later as well. And then also present are two representatives from our consultant team. We have Dan Amston from MIG and Charlie Knox from PlaceWorks. So we'll go ahead and get started. We do have a brief presentation today. And this item really includes an overview of our general plan visioning process. We're going to report out on what's occurred thus far, what we've heard, what worked, what didn't, and where we're going next. I also just wanted to acknowledge that we do have a few CAC members on the call today, as well as present in council chambers. And also just wanted to acknowledge and an extreme thank you to the council and those planning commission members that helped us host various Zoom meetings throughout the community and helped us gain more engagement through this process. Next slide, please. So the general plan process, this includes more than just the physical components of our community, and it really gives us the opportunity to rethink what's working and where we want to go. So the general plan provides a basis for all of our land use and planning decisions in our local jurisdiction, and it really serves as an inspiration to communicate where we've been and what qualities we want to maintain, and then how we want to evolve in the future. So for this item, we really want you to put on a new mindset and really forward thinking, thinking about what we want our community to look like in 2050. Next slide, please. So our general plan process is known as Santa Rosa Forward, and it's really an opportunity for all members of our community. For this particular general plan update, we've been blessed to have the funding necessary to do and go beyond what we've traditionally done. And for this, we are focused on doing neighborhood engagement. We really do want to hear from everyone in the community. We also have a focus of working with our vulnerable populations and infusing tools to combat a lot of those unprecedented emergencies. That's the new word, unprecedented, that we've been experiencing. So we have a more resilient future in front of us. Next slide, please. So this is a graphic that shows the overview of the schedule for our general plan process. And Dina or Stephanie, you can just hit the mouse one more time. I think it'll highlight where we're at in this process. So we are still somewhat at the beginning. So this is really a check-in and a review point, and we will be rolling through the rest of the process, concluding in early 2023. So it includes a full environmental impact report, which will kick off in 2022. And this general plan is considered comprehensive. So it's not updating one or two different elements. It's updating the whole entire general plan. It does include an update to our housing element. It also includes an update to our climate action plan. We are also working on policy related to environmental justice to respond to community and also our new state legislation, and also an update to our safety element. And thanks to a grant from Kaiser Permanente, we were able to hire Beatrice to help us infuse health policy. And then also collaborating with the Latino service providers, we have that additional focus on engagement with our vulnerable communities and really making sure that we have an equity lens in all of the aspects of our general plan. So with that, I will pass it off to Andy to continue in with our presentation.
Thank you, Amy. And next slide, please. So I want to review with you quickly some important resources and some initial work that we did last winter. One important resource I want the council and commissioners to be aware of is our project website. It's a great place for getting up to date on our schedule, getting access to documents and information, and also for the public to know that that's a place they can go to and submit comments throughout the entire program. and actually get access to surveys. Next slide. The project team got busy in February, or I should say even earlier, last fall, and wrote an existing conditions report. This is an encyclopedic document of many issues, or a comprehensive set of issues that help describe where we are as a city. It really does perform a baseline that describes the events, the circumstances we find ourselves in today. And this is a great document if you have a particular topic that you wish to do a deep dive into. You can learn about mobility or our infrastructure, about community health, and also see here what the key issues are that face us. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, there we go. The briefing book is an executive summary of the background report. It's really meant to be accessible, and it's really a great way to get a quick survey or scan of the issues facing the city. And it's been published in both English and Spanish. Both of these documents are available on the website. Next slide. One of the things we did initially to reach out to the public was to issue a survey. And we asked a number of questions, but one of the most interesting ones was to ask our residents where they define the center of their neighborhood. We were very pleased with our response. We had over 1,300 surveys completed, and we learned some interesting things from that response. Next slide. First, we saw that we did a great job of getting citywide participation in this survey. You can see on that map a scatter diagram showing where people identified their neighborhoods. So you can see we really captured the full footprint of the city. We also learned from the survey respondents a number of things, how people define their neighborhoods. It's not just the center of where they live, but it's also a place where they shop, where they get services, where they self-identify as a neighborhood, some place that is significant or representative of where they live. Next slide. And we also learned from many of the respondents who gave us information about some demographic data that we really do need to continue to work to reach families who are not primary English speakers. And we know that's something we will be working on throughout the general plan project. But we also see that we did a good job of reaching a broad spectrum of age groups in the city. You can see on the upper right there that we do need to make more of an effort to get to the youth, and we have some focused targeted outreach activities for that population group. Next slide. The general plan cannot be written by a technical team or consultants and planning staff alone. We rely on our colleagues here in the city who are technical experts in subject matters that are relevant and central to the general plan. Our technical advisory committee has representatives from all of our departments in the city, and also they provide us connection with their sub-regional, our partners in neighboring jurisdictions and in the region. They are going to be engaged throughout the project to make sure we get the general plan right. There's a lot about the general plan that involves technical materials that is important, that is correctly characterized, and that we are being strategic in our formulation of policies as we go forward. Next slide. We also formed a technical advisory committee. As many of you council members are aware, we've reached out to you to help and encourage appointments to 7 members of the 25-member CAC. They have become a really incredibly important part of our public outreach. They were very helpful during this initial outreach phase. They are not only our first line of feedback from the public, but they're also our vanguard to reach out into the community as liaisons to get the word out about the general plan. Next slide. So what's important to remember too is we're working from a plan, a toolkit that we developed and presented to the council last fall in 2020, the community involvement strategy, where we outlined not just tools, but principles that'll guide how we reach out to the community throughout the general plan project. And we want to ensure that as we move forward through each of these steps, we look at, are we really providing, authentic and equitable outreach? Are we getting people to the table? Are we being inclusive? Are we deploying the right technology? We were challenged by COVID, having to shift from what is traditionally face-to-face workshops and now having to go into a virtual mode. And I think with the support of our consultant team and the encouragement we've had from council members and commissioners who participated in our workshops, I think we've done a good job using technology and Zoom to reach out to the community. So we will continue to work with community groups, organizations, city boards and commissions. We will deploy workshops and surveys so that we get the kind of engagement that we need in order for this general plan to reflect all the voices in our community. So I'm going to conclude my presentation at this point and hand it off to Beatrice. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Good afternoon, everyone. In relationship to what Andy was mentioning, if I can see the next slide, please. We want to talk about the community vision workshops that we have district-wide in the city. So we had 10 different workshops, one per district, and 7 of them were English workshops, and we had 3 additional ones for the districts that have more than 60% of the population who speak Spanish. So these were districts 1, 5, and 7. Talking about the Spanish-speaking meetings, one of the things that we want to communicate to you is that it was challenging and more challenging to reach out to Spanish-speaking communities for different reasons. First of all, internet access, but also the demographics of this population, who are mostly essential workers for the city of Santa Rosa. So basically during the pandemic time, it was very hard to reach out to them and to find a time that was comfortable for them to be able to attend to a meeting. So that was the reason that we organized some weekend workshops, and we were very successful reaching out to this population, but we wanted to just take into account that it was more challenging and that we heard different necessities that the Spanish-speaking population has, specifically talking about being rent burdened and very different concerns than other areas of the city. And we want to mention this because there are other immediate concerns, not necessarily related to the general plan, that should be addressed in these groups. And we want to we just wanted to give the relevance to this topic before going to what we heard from the general population in the city. In terms of, this is not here. I don't know if we can go to the next slide, please. Besides the 10 different community vision workshops, we had additionally 16 community organization workshops. This means that we met with different CAC members who helped us connect with different organizations, and we reach out to other different organizations besides those to get a deeper and more equitable vision of the city from the community. And what we can say from this is that this information was really useful. We got more than 160 participants in the district workshops, and we got more than 200 participants in the additional meetings that we had. So this is not to say that we pretend to have a larger number or a higher number of people participating, but just to say that we were very mindful to keep growing this with this number of participants and to gather comments from each of these meetings. If we can go to the next slide, please. besides these community workshops that we had, we also created a second community survey besides the one that Andy presented, which had the vision statements on it. And what we did was to prepare this survey that mirrored the contents of the workshops and the meetings. So people who could not attend our workshops were provided an additional opportunity for sharing their voice and providing their input on the vision statements. If we can go to the next slide, please. And this was a question that we had in very different meetings. So how are the community comments being used? First of all, we want to say that we have more than 3,000 comments received during this process of engagement. To be accurate, I want to say that we have more than 4,662 comments. And these comments would be classified, are being organized and classified into 5 broad categories that we're showing on the right on the slide. First of all, we are using it for including it into the vision statement. Second, we're defining the assets of the city of Santa Rosa. Third, we're defining the opportunities and challenges. And we are also identifying engagement methods that people prefer. And last but not least, we are creating another category for other comments or questions, so we can guide the comments that are not directly related to the general plan update to the staff in the city that can respond to these questions and classify what people need to know about the city. So if we can go to the next slide, please. Just to show you what the vision statement process has been, we want to tell you that these aspirational statements are coming from the community needs and desires. And as my colleague Andy Gustafson mentioned, we had a community, a community survey #1. Then we went through the technical advisory committee meeting, and then we had a community advisory meeting, and then we went to the workshops, both district and community focused, and we had a second survey happening at this time. And finally, we're coming today to the Planning Commission and the City Council to present what we heard from the community. If we can go to the next slide, please. Just to be clear about the vision statement, it is organized around specific key topics. And the initial statements were based on the ideas of the community, but also the Community Advisory Committee and the city staff. And these statements were refined and confirmed by the community in the events that happened during May and June throughout our workshops, meetings, and surveys. And this is just a sample of the words that we heard during the workshops. If we can go to the next slide, please. And for you to approve in this meeting, we have the general plan community vision, and you have it in the staff report. But basically, we want to say that our general plan community vision is Santa Rosa is a place with the following characteristics: healthy, just, sustainable, sheltered, connected, educated, cultural, resilient, successful, safe, prepared, inclusive, and equitable. These 13 statements are defined on the staff report, and we didn't want to take more of your time, and we just are mentioning them. If we can please go to the next slide. And we wanted your approval, and I will pass it on to Amy Lyle so she can guide you through the next steps of our process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Beatrice. So the vision statements that are provided to you in the staff report encompass the collective expression of what we heard over the last few months from our community. And so we're going to continue to refine these based on your input today and other comments received today as well. So these will be used in the next phase in reviewing different land use and circulation alternatives. And so that is the next point when we will come back to you. We will be doing another round of community and engagement, events and activities around the different alternatives and how those visions can be expressed in a land use framework. And hopefully we'll be able to do that in a more hybrid environment and not just virtual at that time. Next slide, please. So for today, we are looking for your input and review of those vision statements. And we do anticipate hearing more from the community. We are continuing to meet with different community groups we had quite a few last week, and we even had one yesterday. And so we will continue to refine and learn, and we look forward to hearing your questions and comments. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, and thank you for your work on this. I'm going to turn it over first to the chair of the Planning Commission, Ms. Weeks. If you want to go ahead and do questions from the commission.
Thank you, Mayor Rogers. And also, excuse me, I'd also like to thank my fellow commissioners for being here on a Tuesday rather than a Thursday. As we know, the general plan is vital to our long-term vision for the future. And so I'm excited to have this opportunity to meet with the council to give input onto the vision statements. So I'm going to go last. So we'll go ahead and I'll reach out to my fellow commissioners. We'll do alphabetically as we do. So Commissioner Carter, any comments?
Yes, thank you, Chair Weeks, and thanks. I'd like to add my thanks to the staff that's put this together, our consultants, and especially the Community Advisory Group, who have a pretty daunting task to assemble community input into a legible plan. And I really appreciate their efforts in that arena. Some high-level questions. I just want to make sure the way I'm reading this, there's no ranking to the vision statements. The slide showed them in a circular arrangement, so I'm assuming they're all equally important. And I think the characteristics are a pretty good summary of the things that make Santa Rosa special. But I just wanted to verify that we're not talking about a ranked order of vision statement. I think I'll withhold questions or comments on the specific language of the specific statements till later in the process. Another kind of high level question I had was, where do we see the input from the Technical Advisory Committee? I think it's really important to understand the challenges facing the people that have to operate the city on a day-to-day basis, and some sort of summary from that group's input, while not more important than the neighborhood input, certainly would be welcomed. And then finally, I would like to see, as we move forward, I appreciated the way we took a neighborhood focus on collecting input. And I think it's really important that we continue a neighborhood focus as the plan moves forward, so that we can have identities of our specific neighborhoods in town, and people can relate to those and perhaps provide even greater community involvement as we focus on neighborhoods and districts within the city. So those are my comments for now. And thank you for the opportunity and the good work to this point.
Thank you, Commissioner Carter. Commissioner Duggan?
Hi, thank you. I echo Commissioner Carter's thanks to the staff, and just how much work you've created in such little time already, that all the background documents, it's really an impressive product. I don't have any specific questions. I think Commissioner Carter hit the questions on the nail on the head there with wanting to know if they're ranked, and I'll save specific comments for the statements later in the process.
Thank you. Commissioner Okrepke?
Yeah, I don't have any questions at this time.
Okay. Vice Chair Peterson?
So I also don't have a specific questions. Is now the appropriate time to just kind of throw out some specific comments and general comments?
Let me ask Mayor Rogers, how do you want to handle that? In Planning Commission meetings, we usually do more specific comments later on in the item. So how would you like us to handle that?
Yeah, let's stick to questions right now and have a chance to hear from the public before we make the general comments, and then we'll come back and make those statements later.
Thank you.
Great, then no questions. I'll save it for later.
Okay, I do have a couple of specific questions, and it has to do with the section under safe that's referenced safe. It says streets are safe. And my assumption is that means infrastructure. So that was one question. And also, I wondered if it was a little daunting for the public to see this many categories of the vision, and if some could be combined. And that's it for my specific comments. I have more general comments later on. Thank you, and I'll turn it back over to Mayor Rogers.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Council members, do you have any additional questions for staff? Let's go ahead, Vice Mayor.
So my question was, I heard that we need to try to engage non-English speaking, but I also saw on slide 10 that African American and Native people that identified as African American and Native had a very low percentage of attendance. So I guess my question would be, were those comparable to our actual demographics for the city of Santa Rosa? And why weren't those identified as people that we need to get more outreach to? Does that make sense?
And I'm looking for staff.
Hi. So with regard to our outreach, I think probably I'd like Beatrice to comment on that. But I'll say before she does that really our outreach in this first round was really testing our capacity and identifying our needs to refine our methods of outreach beyond just using traditional email, social media, and word of mouth. So I'll hand it over to Beatrice.
Thank you, Andy. Vice Mayor Rogers, in relationship to the different ethnicities and racial minorities of the city, we have been doing additional outreach. We did not mention specifically because, as Andy mentioned, we have to require demographics for the meetings, and it's a little bit more complicated to request this information ahead of time because we have to sacrifice the requirement of information if we want people to participate, because sometimes they don't want to fill in additional documents. But we have definitely reached out to the Black community, to the Native American communities, and some of the Asian groups. We definitely have to do more work in relationship to this. But as Amy and Andy were mentioning in the timeline, we're still at the beginning. So we know this, and we will definitely be reporting on our next presentation what has been the advance with these groups.
Okay, I just wanted to know if it was comparable to our actual demographics in the city about how many people showed up. I think that was missing for me. And I probably should have started with this, but thank you guys so much for your hard work. I really enjoyed meeting you guys on the sessions that I was able to attend. So thank you.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. I definitely don't discount the fact that we are exiting COVID, as well as that this is the first time that we can have a go at it. My question to you, and probably Beatriz specifically, is what did you see work for the outreach, specifically in the Hispanic community, and where did you see that we can definitely improve as we move forward?
Thanks for the question, Mayor, City Council Member Alvarez. I think for the Spanish-speaking population, there are many challenges, as I mentioned, but I think what worked for us was to reach out to specifically groups that are already organized. And this was very successful. We reached out to different groups in Roseland specifically and other areas of the city. We joined efforts of vaccination fairs and events. And we're looking forward to in-person meetings because we believe that a lot of the community outreach would be more accessible for people if we do it in person. Unfortunately, till now, the city has not been able to do community events, but we believe that just reaching out directly to communities and taking away the language barriers, and also reaching people where they are. So using grocery stores, vaccination centers, and places where people shop as places where to contact the Hispanic community. And yeah, we will keep trying to do this work as soon as the city let us be present in these community events or doing our own outreach.
And I definitely understand the obstacles, and I'd love to hear that you are approaching where the people are, such as grocery stores or where they make their purchases and spend their money. I find that to be the most effective place, and I hope that you will further explore those options. Thank you.
Councilmember Schwedel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the same lines, first of all, thank you for this report. And I might have heard or read it. What is the strategy for actually getting some of the youth voice into this? Specifically, you know, it looks like we don't have any voice yet from the youth. What's the strategy?
Again, I'll let Beatrice respond to that. She's been working closely with Latino service providers.
Thanks, Andy. I've been working, as Andy mentioned, with Latino service providers who have been our voices both in English and Spanish to communicate with the youth. We also want to recognize the work of the 2 CAC members that we have who are students still. And we also want to say that we have 2 future activities going on with our consulting team, which would be youth engagement, and 2 of them will be related to art. So we don't want to spoil the proposals, but just let you know that during this summer, we're starting the youth engagement activities that are related to photo voice messages that we will request from youth. And we're finalizing this 2 opportunities for not only youth, but kids to be part of this participation process for the general plan update, because we also want kids to be part of this outreach, since they're going to be the ones who would live in the city for 2015.
Right, and that was kind of my point, that it's really going to be affecting them more so than maybe some of us. But are we partnering with any of the school districts in the city?
Not yet. We were leaving the schools alone while they're reorganized and went back to classes. So now, after the restart of classes, that's our next step to start the community youth engagement plan.
Great, thank you. I'd really encourage that. Just our experience with the rebuilding of Coffee Community Park, working with the local school, getting the feedback from the students who will be using that park was invaluable to the ultimate design of the park. So thank you.
Yep, I see no other questions from council members. Let's go ahead and go to public comment on this item. I'll start in the chambers, and I don't see anybody who's jumping up to speak, mostly because we're all alone in the chambers. So we'll go to our Zoom live public comments. We'll start with Woody, followed by Gregory.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, I'm assuming there's, only one Woody here, so Woody Hastings. Here today, representing myself, as a Sonoma County resident, also with the coalition opposing new gas stations. I think it's great that, I heard it earlier stated that you're looking at all these policies through an equity lens. Something I didn't hear, really, I don't think I heard at all, is anything about the climate crisis and a climate lens. And I know that City of Santa Rosa has adopted a climate emergency resolution that commits the city to looking at its policy through a climate crisis lens. And so I would want to see, or hope to see, some discussion, some inclusion, really in all of the key areas that were mentioned in that context slide of the sort of the topic areas, that really climate be infused as equity would be infused throughout all of the issue areas that you're looking at. I mean, the news is just coming in, day after day of epic, unprecedented, anomalous wildfire and heat episodes and floods. Unprecedented anomalous floods, and the climate scientists are telling us that these episodes are not just rare, not just unusual, they are off the charts by many orders of magnitude of what should be experienced in our in our modern roughly 10,000 year old current Holocene climate. We are in a period of unprecedented peril, and it is incumbent upon all governmental entities from the federal, international, federal, state, and really down to the local level to address this issue meaningfully, to begin to do something about it. The Coalition Opposing New Gas Stations says, stop pouring fuel on the climate crisis fire and stop permitting new gas stations, for example. And I know that there's action being taken on the part of the city to pursue that, and that's good. We're happy about that. But I'd like to see more focus on the climate crisis in this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Woody. We'll go to Gregory, followed by Jenny.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the Council and Planning Commission. My name is Gregory Farron. I want to listen to my wife who tells me that this is just visioning and it isn't details because it looks, pretty, but there's no content here. And the content that is here seems to be driven by the Technical Advisory Committee. I want to answer Commissioner Carter's question about where the Technical Advisory Committee is. It's in the briefing book and in the existing conditions. If you read the entirety of this, not the visions, because while pretty and like I say, lacking content, I want them to go to, real goals and objectives and measurable outcomes so we can really figure out if we're getting to anywhere like where we want to go. But if you back up and, take the 5 mile, above view, this is really just a place, kind of a holding pen, a validated collection of budget requests and policy alternatives or actions that the staff has wanted and put into the briefing book and the existing conditions. You've got hundreds of pages in this that are nothing more than what I've seen and heard at city council meetings for years about what it is the staff wants. While that's very important to listen to, it's about 90% of this package you're reviewing. The other, 5% is these hearings and people wanting aspirational, idealized views of the city. And that's what should be driving this. The city is not land and circulation, which is what you're hearing. Land in circulation is an old style general plan update that says all we have to do is figure out where to build housing and how to straighten out roads. The aspiration of this general plan and this state of California's direction to general plans is to get into people, to have social interactions that strengthen neighborhoods, that build cities that are vibrant because of the people in it finding real value in being in it and seeing their aspirations brought to bear. And it's not where a house ought to be or a building ought to be or whether a street ought to be fixed. We can get to those, and that's not the aspirational aspect of a real general plan. I want this to get into strengthening neighborhoods. I want this to be able to deal with the social interactions, the way in which people live, beyond what street they live on and what house they live in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gregory. We'll go to Jenny, followed by David.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Mayor Rogers, Chair Weeks, and members of the City Council and Planning Commission. It's nice to see those of you I know but haven't seen in a long time, and to meet the many new representatives of our city. Thank you for your service, and thank you to the staff for all the work you've done on this important document. I'm a longtime resident of Santa Rosa, newly retired from the American Lung Association after 24 years, and now serving as president of the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition. I applaud the city for the broad and inclusive approach being taken to develop the plan. I would urge you to include more ambitious and specific language to ensure the city achieves its ambitious mobility, climate, health, and equity goals. And I do really support what both Woody and Greg have said, that yes, this is a vision document, but we need a vision and a plan to get to the reality. The American Lung Association and the broader health community recognize that climate change is a public health emergency and a public health crisis. Transportation is our #1 source of climate emissions. The quickest way we can quickly reduce emissions and improve community health and connectivity to our neighborhoods is to make it easier and safer for people to ride a bicycle. With its geography and climate, Santa Rosa should be one of the most bike-friendly cities in the country. And yet, as you know, the majority of people don't ride a bicycle because they do not feel safe doing so. Santa Rosa desperately needs a network of safe, protected bicycle corridors connecting all parts of our city and our neighborhoods. The urgency of the climate challenge requires us to be bold and radical in our street designs to promote cycling and roadways that work for all ages and abilities. Our next general plan can and should have measurable goals for meeting its bold vision for bicycle and active transportation. And the City Council also has a key opportunity to set the direction for this bold direction and to direct staff to be bold as well. Climate science requires nothing less. So I've made some suggested language changes for the vision statement that I have submitted, and I'm happy to send. I'd send it to most of you. I will send it to the ones who don't have it yet. And I, of course, welcome your ideas to make it bolder. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Jenny. We'll go to David, followed by Kevin. Looks like we lost David. All right, David, if you get a chance. Oh. Can you unmute?
Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Can you hear?
Yep.
Yeah. Picking up on Jenny's statement, I have been involved with the Southeast Greenway campaign, and I couldn't agree more in terms of really creating bicycle spaces that connect the community. And I think that's the Greenway would really service a lot of people, not the whole city in a sense, because it's a kind of a key route in terms of connecting the city and connecting even the county on farther. Also, the comment that was made earlier about art and supporting getting kids, young adults take on things. I think there's a lot in art that could be done, say with the Greenway, and looking at things that could be done on that, and that's close to schools. Something like, I think it's 15 schools are within a half mile or something. So I think those kind of things should be supported. In terms of the community mapping of what you consider your community, living off of Yalupa, I think of all the things here. You have the golf course, you have the wonderful parks, you have the shopping, kind of like Montgomery Village and all the stuff on Summerfield. And I would just mention that I think that the golf course, that's a really important asset, as is the park that surrounds it. There's probably 5 or 6 different uses in that. And I'd hate to see the golf course has been proposed, or at least studied, as what are you going to do with the golf course? And my understanding is the golf course has actually been quite profitable over a number of years. It's perhaps the dining part, the bar restaurant, that hasn't been so profitable. But I think that's an important part of this side of town. And, if you look at that park that it's in, so many different uses. You got soccer, you got baseball, fishing, tennis, so you got a sports complex, and I think that's important to keep. As well as I would imagine that the golf course is
Right. Thank you so much, David. We'll go to Kevin, followed by Eris.
Hi, friends.
Hi, Kevin.
Kevin Anderson here, representing myself, but also Future for Humanity Santa Rosa. We moved to Santa Rosa in January, so very excited. I've been working in the Santa Rosa general area for the last 5 years with high school youth on climate and environmental projects. I'm not going to go too deep into the climate and environmental connections. I think Woody, Greg, and Jenny already laid a great groundwork for that. My main point is the youth voice, which has already been brought up a couple places. I do want to say to Amy, Beatrice, and Andy, you guys are doing a wonderful job getting out there. I've seen you at a couple different meetings now, and so well done in these unprecedented times. You're doing a spectacular job. I would definitely, though, as someone that has worked in the Santa Rosa City schools and all over the county with high school youth, would like to see more. And when I say this, what I mean, and this might go for everyone here, simpler to understand language. What is land use? Why does it matter to the youth future, to our future? That includes future housing, of course, which is a huge concern if you're anyone right now, but certainly our youth. Neighborhood connectivity, why is that important to not only climate, but also social? Also, what will these places provide for fun, for coming together, increasing social interaction? And then how are neighborhoods currently connected? We all know they're connected by automobile traffic, and that needs to change for lots of reasons. First and foremost, it does not provide enough space for youth to interact, for all of us to interact. Also, in terms of Santa Rosa, I'd like to say this. Petaluma is getting a lot of press lately. Their Climate Action Committee is doing some serious work. They banned gas stations. And frankly, I think that's great. But I think Santa Rosa, if we're actually looking at things, has better bones. We need to be proactive and use those better bones. What I'm talking about, we have a pretty comprehensive network of creek paths, but they are disconnected ultimately and don't go to schools, don't connect to each other, don't connect neighborhoods, frankly, well enough. Our public art in this city is pretty fantastic. Tara Thompson has done a wonderful job over the years, but still an opportunity there. Also distinct neighborhoods and world-class parks. But unless we connect the why this matters to 2050 and paint a positive future for what it could look like, starting with just the fact that life will be better for everyone if people can get out of the automobiles and onto bikes, onto public transit, and of course, walking about. So I would love any way I can plug in. I've offered my support many times, and I'd love to be able to ameliorate your efforts. I think the youth voice ultimately should drive this, should be the most important voice here. And so that also includes BIPOC communities as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your comments, Kevin. We'll go on to Eris.
Hi, thanks. I'm Eris Weaver. I'm the Executive Director of the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition. I spent Sunday at a memorial service for a vibrant, artistic, productive Santa Rosa resident who was killed while he was riding his bike by a driver. I have spent hours holding the hands of the bereaved in the Sonoma County courtrooms during the trial of the drivers who have killed their loved ones. I would like to address the issue, the line item in the vision about safety. It says streets are safe. How do we define that? Public safety services. Yes, we want our public safety services to be caring and thoughtful and all of those things, but those are after the fact, picking up the pieces after things have already happened. I have been serving on the county's Vision Zero advisory committee. And for those of you who don't know what Vision Zero means, our culture, our country, our society assumes that traffic fatalities are a given, are part of our commitment to being able to get around as fast as we want to in cars, and the design of our communities reflect that. The idea of Vision Zero is that instead we say no, traffic fatalities are preventable, and we instead make a commitment to zero fatalities. 2 European cities have achieved an entire year with zero cyclist and pedestrian fatalities. We have an average in Sonoma County of about 4 bicycle fatalities a year. And I'm sorry, I don't know the number for pedestrians because I don't track it as much as I do cyclists. So I would like to see stronger language defining safety in our general plan, that we are making that the city makes a commitment to Vision Zero, to a vision of zero traffic fatalities, and then backs that up with action on the streets. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Eris. That's the last hand that I see for public comment. So I'll go ahead and bring it back to the group. Amy, Andy, or Beatrice, I'll ask a couple of the questions that I heard from public comment first. I'll start with Eris's comment. How do we reflect in our vision statement the city's Vision Zero goals?
I'll respond by saying we're really shifting the focus away and looking at more comprehensively the idea of mobility throughout the city, how we connect our neighborhoods, not only in terms of efficiencies of moving people and goods about, but also the qualitative and safety experience within the city. So it is my view, one of the biggest assets that the city has is its public right-of-way. It's the biggest probably public domain we have, and a greatest opportunity to not only influence the character and the look of the city, but also how we experience it in terms of safety as cyclists, pedestrians, for all age groups, for people with mobility impairment and who are not able to drive. So the policies of the general plan will certainly be built on community input and the findings we make during the process of public review on this issue. And I'm pretty confident that we will be addressing implementation programs like Vision Zero.
Okay, then there was a sort of a broad question that I think strikes at the heart of this. At what point will the community start to see more ambitious or more specific language around some of these elements, whether it, and I'll touch on the climate lens or Vision Zero or equity focus? At what point will we see more specifics that are more outcome oriented than the aspirational?
Yeah, so we are going into the second phase where we're building alternatives. And that's really where we'll start to see on the ground expressions of not just these aspirational ideas, but actual land use circulation, questions about safety, as we were just talking about. That's where we'll be able to really look at places and have these detailed discussions and comments. I will invite my colleagues to add more, but it's really this next stage after this very general discussion where we roll up our sleeves and hopefully in a face-to-face format with the community, start pointing at maps and having the tough balancing questions. And I invite my colleagues to add to that.
Yeah, I'd love to help respond to some of the comments related to climate action. So we are updating the climate action plan as part of this effort, and there will be more touch points related to climate action than some of the other areas of policy. So right now, we are poised to be releasing a vulnerability assessment that's just been prepared. And we're also working on a new greenhouse gas emissions inventory. We are working closely with RCPA on the climate mobilization strategy. And we will be coming to the Climate Action Subcommittee in August 11th, to provide a broader update related to climate action specifically. And we will continue to come to that committee to give updates on the progress of that climate action piece. But I will say we really did hear a lot from the community on climate action, but it was infused in various other ways. So we have jumped into conversations about adaptation, specific mitigations. So we did hear a lot about bike and ped and just better options for mobility, looking at the connection between where people live and work and trying to bring those closer together. And then, of course, just resiliency in general, as far as the hazards and some of the natural disasters that we've been experiencing. So you'll see it infused throughout the general plan process, but we are fortunate enough to have the funding and the consultant team and the regional collaboration to do that climate action piece. So there will be touch points at the climate action subcommittee that I would invite people to join to really get in depth with those. But I will say, just in general, we are at the somewhat at the beginning of the general plan process. So we really haven't had the opportunity to get into those policy discussions about how a lot of these vision statements would be implemented in policy. So I identify with Gregory's comments that this is kind of a squishy phase. It's somewhat nebulous to be thinking about these broad vision statements and words. But the next phase is when the fun really starts, when we start to really look at how these things get implemented on the ground in different scenarios, and then what kind of policies do we attach to those scenarios. And also, just to reply back to some of the planning commissioner's comments, the vision statements are not ranked. So these are just equal expressions of words that we have put together based on the community's comments.
I appreciate that. I think that myself and a number of my colleagues will be looking as we go through this process to see how the city's mission, vision, values, and goals are reflected in the document as well, whether it's community engagement or climate action or Vision Zero or our push for greater equitability throughout our community. And so I appreciate that there will be multiple touch points on that. Madam Chair, do you want to take it away for comments from the Planning Commission?
Sure. Let's start with Commissioner Carter.
Okay, I'll go through where I had specific comments on the vision statements. Even though they're not ranked, I think ordering of the list is important, and it seems to be ordered appropriately at this time. These are the things that we're hearing comments about: equity and inclusion, which is under the just one. And I think climate change, there could be more said and sustainable about the effects of climate change. I thought the language to mitigate drought seemed a little specific. Maybe we're talking about mitigating environmental hazards such as climate change. We also, I would like to see something in the sustainable statement that mentions habitat. Accessible green space for everyone is actually quite important, but we need to remember green space also supports other natural systems and organisms. So something in there. I think under the sheltered vision, a word about innovation needs to be included. I think we need to expand our understanding of what's appropriate shelter in our cities and keep the widest options open. Under the educated vision, I think education requires access to good information, and I'd like to see that we recognize that an educated community is an informed community. And then in the cultural vision, I found it curious that live music is mentioned as separate from arts and other lively arts. Maybe actors and dancers feel left out with that being included. But those are my comments on the specific vision statements. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Carter. Commissioner Duggan?
Hi, thanks. First, I want to just say how impressed I am with the quality of the public comments. I thought all the comments made from the public were spot on, and I don't want to repeat everything that they said, but I'm fully in support with what they said about Vision Zero and climate action and greenhouse gas reduction. So just in general, I'd like to see more comments about active transportation and safe bike and pedestrian infrastructure. I want to point out that that could be under sustainable, healthy, equitable, and connected. I know one thing that happens at the Planning Commission, we see a lot about projects that have affordable housing components. And because of the nature of our city, lots of times they're at the edge of town. And if you live at the edge of town, you probably have to have a car. And one thing that's very expensive to support is a car. And if you can have good infrastructure where people maybe only have to have one car per household because they can bike and walk to their daily needs and to school and such, then that helps people save money. So that could be under the equitable component. Let's see. And also, I think that could, having safe infrastructure and more people biking and walking creates a more connected community because there are more people on the street and more opportunities to run into your neighbors and stop and chat. I know that's happened in my life because I live downtown and bike and walk everywhere. And let's see if I missed anything else. But I do think because this document is, for 2050, which is, not that far off, that it's a ways off, but we have to be more forward thinking and more not pushing people, but kind of guiding people into the future. And I think we really do have to reduce our greenhouse gases massively and get people out of their cars unless they absolutely have to drive somewhere. So anything we can do around that, I think would be greatly appreciated. And I'll stop right there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Duggan. Commissioner Krupke?
Yeah, I don't think there's much more I could add to what my fellow commissioners have already said in terms of the points. The one thing that was troubling to me slightly was that two of the points are around inclusive and equitable, and we have, without a hard number on it, looks like about 5% participation from Hispanic and Latinx community, 2% from 18 to 24, and 0% from 17 and under. So I'm not a demographer, but I can tell you that less than 10% Hispanic and Latinx is not reflective of our city. And if we're doing this for 2050, we really need people under the age of 24 to have a say in what's going on. So other than that, I don't have any real further comments based upon what my fellow commissioners have said already.
Thank you. Vice Chair Peterson?
Thank you. Yeah, I think we've heard some great comments from the public, great comments from the council and the commissioners. So let me add my voice to the chorus of people advocating for really a bold, forward-looking. This is a vision statement. This is aspirational. So let's set the bar really high. Let's say, specifically under, say sustainability. Let's not minimize greenhouse gases. Let's eliminate. Let's find a way that we can really, change the city for the better and try and undo 70 years of car-centric development. I know it's a huge task, but I think for Santa Rosa, the fires, the other challenges that the city has faced has exposed a lot of the issues that come with car-centric development, come with the community we live in. And I think that this is a great city. I think it's got a lot of potential. And I think, bold, tangible goals are something that this vision statement could really benefit from. And I know, we'll kind of see how that shakes out in the process. But, I think Commissioner Duggan, Commissioner Krupke have hit on some key stuff in terms of specifics that are really great, along with a lot of the public comment. So again, just adding my voice to the chorus, aim big, I think is the short version.
Thank you, Vice Chair Peterson. As usual, the commissioners have said it all, but I am going to add just a couple things. And that is, I would like the sections on resiliency and resilient and prepared to be expanded somewhat, or even combined and then with more meat to it. And then also under educated, you talk about, strengthen families. There are a lot of people who aren't in any kind of a family structure. And so I think that maybe should be reflected. And I already talked about that streets or that safe, that the streets are safe probably implies infrastructure, but somehow put the infrastructure in there. And I really like the idea under sustainability of eliminating the word minima and just eliminate. I do think, as Commissioner Duggan said, this is in the future. And so we have to look at what the future is going to bring us. And as Commissioner Peterson said, be more aspirational. But I do want to make a couple other comments, and that is, I went to a number of the community meetings in my living room, and they were great. And I really appreciate all the hard work that staff did putting those together. I know it can't have been easy in this Zoom environment, and it was really interesting to see in different parts of the community what were important to people. And so I really appreciate you doing that, and I hope you do some more. And thank you to staff. And I'll turn it back to Mayor Rogers, unless there's any other comments from my fellow commissioners.
All right, well, thank you so much to the Planning Commission for your comments on this. I'll go to council members first on Zoom to see if we have any additional feedback. I'll start with Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. For me, what I heard a lot from my community, especially in District 1, was the need for more safety. It was one of the top priorities, and maybe Beatriz can be in agreement with that. And another topic that was really brought up and of great concern is the amount of hardship that renters are having in acquiring living spaces. When we look at someone from our community who might not have all the means for portable documents to acquire a living space, and they're paying beyond the $3,000 per month fees, while those of us who are fortunate enough to own our own houses, our mortgage payments could be between $1,000, $2,000, and maybe even higher depending on the size of the structure. But it's definitely adding to the sense that the poor are staying poor, while those with means are definitely able to save money. So I really wanted to share that concern that to me really affects the community in respect to home ownership, to adding to the piggy bank for those cloudy days. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Any other comments from our Zoom council members? All right, seeing none, I'll come to the dais. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I really do appreciate the vision statements and the challenges. We've heard other people say it is aspirational, because I'm kind of like, who's going to be doing what by when? And that's not what this purpose is. But one thing that I would like to maybe be added on slide 20, we have Santa Rosa as a place with the following characteristics, and then we have all this great data, all those different categories. I know council before, when I think the mayor mentioned the mission, vision, values, if we could incorporate saying, Santa Rosa is a leader in the North Bay, and we define that by the following characteristics, some other aspirational thing. I know the police department vision statement was we want Santa Rosa to be a safe place to live, work, and play. Something aspirational, in that statement, and then the content is what all these other vision statements are, which I think are golden. I think it's great. So I would just, if we could work in that type of a statement in that initial comment, I think it would be great. Thanks.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I apologize for not speaking up while you were mentioning the Zoom, but I was making a couple of notes. First I want to thank staff and the community for a real comprehensive list of issues for the perfect title of Santa Rosa Forward. And it'll be interesting to know in 20 years when there is another update to the general plan and how these updates have evolved over the years. Many of them have the same themes, and sometimes there are new ones. I think if you don't have a safe community, you have nothing. And how the council and how our various boards and commissions deal with safety in our community will be very interesting over the next number of years. But safety is a whether it be derived from our police department or from our fire department or any of the other safety departments, not the least of which is Santa Rosa Water. I mean, the challenges of Santa Rosa Water over the next 3 years will be really interesting. Is not a really good word, but it will be fascinating to watch how they deal with our community. You know, one of the themes that I did not see, I saw once on slide 19. When there were all of the words that were brought up and put into a grouping, and the word beautiful was there in small print. And I think that a community, along with safety, it needs to be attractive. The aesthetic of a community is very, very important, at least to me, and I don't think it's lost on both the council and our various boards and commissions. But an attractive community is really, really important. If it's not an attractive community, people are not going to come and live here. And if they're not living here, they're not demanding some of those very important elements that have come up this afternoon, not the least of which is climate action. So I think that someplace in not such small print, in not kind of a lost comment is, even though perhaps beautiful is not the word that I would necessarily choose, lacking another word, beauty is an important element in any community, whether you're surrounded by it or you create it yourself and through art or whatever. And Commissioner Okrepke mentioned art, I believe it was him, and mentioned art. The individual that mentioned art is elemental to the progress of a community, and so I would impress on us the importance of a beautiful environment. It touches on almost every single one of the elements that it was brought in that circle of importances. So I just would like to highlight that. Most all of the, if not all of the other elements have been highlighted by one of our, by the council or the planning commission. And I appreciate their comments. They are all smack on. And so I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. I don't need to repeat the comments that I've heard from most of our colleagues in the Planning Commission, but I did want to punctuate one that was made by the Vice Chair and the Chair and go even just a little bit further. This is a vision statement for what Santa Rosa is going to look like in 2050. And given that we have a goal as a community of being carbon neutral by 2030, if we miss that goal by 20 years, then our plans were not aspirational enough. And I feel fairly confident that we can put in our plan that by 2050, we will be carbon neutral, that we will have reduced our reliance on greenhouse gas emissions and have done our part to be able to address climate change. So that is the one area where I would really emphasize is going further and being bolder. I think that all of the other things that we've talked about, from equitability to safety, all of those things are captured in some of these different components well enough, and we can flesh those out with the details. But that's the one that really does stick with me as well, is we're not minimizing greenhouse gas emissions. We need to not have any by that point. And that would be my one piece of feedback for staff. Is there any other additional feedback that staff needs on this item?
No, I think that's great. We really appreciate all of your comments and review.
Great. Thank you so much. And then with that, I will excuse the Planning Commission. Thank you all so much for joining us here today. I know it's not your typical time or your typical day, but we appreciate the feedback, and we'll keep working with you hand in hand on this as we move forward. Mr. City Manager, item 3.2.
Mayor Rogers and members of the City Council, item 3.2 this afternoon is a study session item on the potential financing of the city's unfunded actuarial liability with issuance of pension obligation bonds. Jan Mazik, our Chief Financial Officer, will be presenting the staff report this afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rogers and council members. You know, it might be helpful for me to start with just a couple of anecdotes about pensions, and more specifically, the city's unfunded liability, and really around why we're having the conversation today. So a couple of weeks ago, right after the start of the fiscal new year, one of the accounts payable staff came in, and she's bringing me a really sizable invoice to authorize a payment for $53 million. And I think she was expecting 20 questions. She says, "You know what this is?" And I said, "Yes, I do." She goes, "It's a really big amount." Part of that was for the unfunded liability. Part of it is our normal cost to PERS. And if we prepay it once a year, at the beginning of the fiscal year, we get a 3% discount. And so I, sort of shared that with her, and she was relieved. I signed it and she went on. Today, I took a we were looking inward, looking outward, at the forward calendar for the bond issuance calendar, that is. So there's a slated forward calendar for $4 billion in pension bonds. That's just between July 2021 and probably just beyond the new year. Couple of really biggies. Santa Ana, $626 million, almost $1 billion for the city of Anaheim, and $1.4 billion city of San Jose. Those are all financings that are way along enough so that they make the forward calendar. A remainder of about 15 cities make up the issuance. So the question is, what is it? Why is it this is such a big issue today? And sort of what are the underlying dynamics? Many of this we'll get into in the presentation. But one, it's really difficult to make a jolt in unfunded liabilities without debt issuance, bond issuance, POB issuance specifically. We've got low interest rates, high cost debt. The unfunded liability until last week was at 7% debt interest rate, which is what we're paying on it. That rate was just lowered to 6.8, and it's expected, frankly, to go just a little bit further. And so I think the idea is I would never say that pension bonds are the solution. They're part of the solution, but there are other aspects that really need careful consideration. And so what I'd like to do today is introduce, I think your understanding to how liabilities work and what that means, and, what sort of bigger picture should we be talking about and putting together with regard to the city's unfunded liability. So with that, if we can go to slide 3, please. So what I would suggest is a really very high level takeaway. It's going to be difficult and you shouldn't have to understand it at the level which I do, but there are some important points to be taken away. What are the factors influencing the city's increasing costs? Number 2, what are the alternatives for addressing the unfunded liability? And 3, what's the way forward from here? And so with that, let's go to slide 4, please. So these terms are familiar to me, but they're unfamiliar to most people, laypersons, that is. And I may use them. I'll try to be thoughtful when I use them because they're not, going to be the typical phrase you might lose, but let me introduce you to them because you'll hear them. the actuarial report. So every 2 years, CalPERS does a report. All of the information with which we're working today is based on the 2019 report, so it lags. And you'll see here, it was last done at the end of the year in 2019. We are required, all governments are required to now disclose its funded status of its pensions in the notes to our financial statements regarding the pension plan. I remember from the very brief overview that was provided in a recent meeting in response to Councilmember Tibbetts' question about a $10 million investment, I used the word bases. So bases are made up of gains and losses, benefit enhancements, changes in assumptions, and overall actuarial performance. And things like death, late retirement, early retirement, disability, and termination. Each base has a fixed dollar payment schedule, such as a loan payment with terms that range from 5 to 20 years. The discount rate, which is also the borrowing rate, but also the hurdle rate for investment returns, it was 7% when I prepared this report. It's now down to 6.8%, and it's likely it's going to go just a little bit lower. You'll also see, in addition to this, it serves as the interest rate to calculate the city's UAL payments. That's the high cost of debt that we're talking about. Funded status means it's really the unfunded liability less the net value of our assets. And that gives us the unfunded percentage of our funded status. So in addition to our unfunded liability payment, think of the unfunded liability payment, by the way, as a past due amount. But we also have a current amount due. Those are normal costs for people who are currently on our payroll. And those payments are made as a percentage of payroll as opposed to fixed dollar payments, such as the unfunded actuarial liability. And finally, UAL. We all used to use the abbreviation UAAL, and which is meant to say unfunded actuarial assumed liability, because it's changing and it's dynamic. I just say UAL. Frequently, I will say unfunded actuarial liability. We talked about that just a minute ago. So that is the estimated future benefits and the market value of assets, and the difference in those amounts represents the unfunded amount or the past due amount for benefits earned by current employees as well as people who are already retired. Next slide, please. So defining the problem are the costs associated with our unfunded liability and they're increasing, and you'll see a diagram with regard to that, are crowding out the city's ability to fund other basic and necessary services and improvements. So in addition, in this fiscal year beginning, beginning last year, our payments step up for about another 12 years consistently. And just that increasing amount is $110 million. The first such increase of $3.5 million was paid to CalPERS, and the payment we met, the $53 million payment I mentioned, that was the first of the step up in payments. Next slide, please. So here are the typical expenses that we have with CalPERS. The normal cost rate, that's our employee rate. That's what we're paying for those who are currently employed. The actuarial report, that's exactly what it looks like most of the time. And I know and we get it, it's done every 2 years. And then the discount rate, which has recently been reduced from 7% down to 6.8%. And just in case you're thinking that may be really good, CalPERS has really been reluctant. It matters. And it matters because what's likely to happen, and depending upon results, is that, it may have the reverse effect on our balance sheet, which is an increased UAL liability. Next slide, please. So here's a history of CalPERS performance since 2011. So remember, we're earning or wanting to earn above 7%, but that's also the cost at which we're borrowing to pay for the unfunded liability. So anytime it's above the 7% level, we have gains. If it's below the 7% level, we have losses. And you can see sort of the overall performance from about 2011 through 2020. Last year, I believe, CalPERS did have losses. We haven't seen it yet. And, or it hasn't showed up in the overall calc as yet this year. And partly why we're seeing the reduction in the UAL cost or our borrowing cost is because CalPERS is expected to return, actually they announced a return of 21.8%. So it sort of softens the blow. Next slide, please. This is exactly what bases look like. Each of these represents a loan for the city of Santa Rosa. You can take a look at it. I put it here just for illustrative purposes. So you'll see altogether, we have 63 loans, miscellaneous, fire, and police. All of these are individual loans, gains and losses alike, that for which we will make a payment, the unfunded liability payment to CalPERS. Next slide, please. This is called layer cake. I didn't prepare it, but I used it from one of our consultants. And what this is, it looks like in picture form. The black line really represents the amortization or the payment schedule to CalPERS, but all of these are made up of gains and losses for a total of 63 different loans to CalPERS. Next slide, please. So we're really now beginning to get into the math of how this is all calculated, or 65 loans, sorry, in total. Normal costs, which we talk about, 20.7 million, those are employees who are here. The unfunded liability made up of retirees, the past due portion of our loans, $30 million is sort of the baseline. So here's the accrued liability combined. It's 1.3 billion. Our market value of assets is 946 million. That gives us an unfunded liability amount of almost 400 million, or 398.5 million to be exact. All of this is financed at a rate going forward of 6.8%. So it's expensive debt. Next slide, please. This is what it looks like. I've highlighted the escalating payments that go through 2036 before they sort of get back to the level at which it was in our base year. Just that increasing amount that I've circled on this slide represents an additional $110 million that the city, I actually think of it as avoidable costs if we do something about it. But right now, they're there. It will be an additional $110 million above the baseline of about $30 million over the next, through 2035. Next slide, please. So I've tried to break it up a little bit. The challenge to be solved, the steady increases above the baseline, which I mentioned earlier, will really provide, they are a financial challenge. It's difficult now and has been, I think, for some time, given the lower cost of payments. So just the notion of adding another $110 million with an interest cost, additional interest cost, all of this is financed at a rate to be going forward at about 6.8%. And here is what the payment schedule, or the amortization as we call it, that accompanies our unfunded liability for police, fire, and miscellaneous. So in the right-hand column, I actually take the difference or the actual increase above the amount, and you can see how I get to the $110 million, 0.8 million, that's at the bottom of the slide. Next, we're about to go on to another section. So this particular section has largely focused on the unfunded liability. And I know this is a lot to take in, and it's really challenging for those of us who don't talk about it every day. And so I just want to pause and ask if anyone, it's important to me that I don't lose you, but any questions regarding the unfunded liability portion of this?
Yeah, and I'll look for hands from council members, and I'll start with Council Member Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Jan. It is very complicated. I agree with you. What I'd like to jump back to, and where I felt I really got lost, was on slide 8 when you were just talking about the 65 loans. Could you elaborate a bit on the nature of these loans? Because when I think of a loan, I think in a certain way, and clearly this is not the same way I look at loans, at least certainly not in these amounts. So could you explain to me what these 65 loans are?
So every year we will, okay, so you have gains and losses. Last year you had a loss. This year you'll have big gains. So each of that, so we have 3 plans. Every year, 2 additional bases per plan is added. So the next time I see an amortization, or let me say a payment schedule from CalPERS, there will be 6 additional bases here. So they don't take it all. It's like gains and losses. They all get amortized. They all get built in to the plan specific to the city of Santa Rosa. So if next year, last year, let's just say CalPERS returned 4%. That's a 3% loss below where they expected to have returns. 7%.
You know what, before you go on, let's do this. Let's go up to 2003.
Okay.
The very first loan and the very first numbers you have there. Tell me what happened in 2003.
Okay, you had a gain. Well, there was an assumption change. So remember when I introduced the language or sort of the nomenclature of what CalPERS uses, we can have gains and losses. You can have assumption changes, just a simple assumption change, depending on any number of factors, but that afforded a gain of 1.8 million. If I'm looking at miscellaneous plan. It also said that you had a change in assets of, 28,000 and change. And then there was a method change, for instance, in 2004. And so all of these bases are made up of a variety of activity, gains and losses, and any number of other changes that would impact your liability status.
And these changes are brought on by CalPERS themselves.
Well, I'm going to just go back and read what it's made up of. Gains and losses, benefit enhancements, change in assumptions, change in actuarial performance, death, early retirement, disability, termination, all of those get reflected in our CalPERS calculations.
So this is in part what makes it so complicated and so different than what the average Joe is going to be looking at when trying to understand what we're dealing with when trying to make sense of these numbers.
Yes. And so when I started out the presentation today, because some of it is just, it's really in the weeds. But what I wanted to lay the foundation of, it's really a simple foundation. This is expensive debt. 6.8%, 7%, it's expensive debt. And now you're going to see, we're going to talk about that. But this section, I wanted to focus on just what the underlying issues are when we think about CalPERS. And I think the word to think about this particular section is it's dynamic. It is currently changing. You'll hear me talk about risks if even we do a financing. And there's no certainty to any of this. What we can take are calculated risks, which we'll talk about, but there are so many things that impact all that said, it's expensive debt. That's the takeaway. Understand those some of the underlying issues and why they're constantly dynamic.
So at the end of the day, the takeaway is, and this does speak to me, expensive debt. So those two words are very meaningful, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Sweathelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jan, you had mentioned that the discount rate, it had been 7%, it's just been dropped to 6.8%, which to me sounded like a good thing, but then you also you made comments that it may not in the long run be a good thing. Could you further explain that?
So remember, the actuarial rate or the hurdle rate, is what I usually call it, you're expected to earn above that rate. Let's just use 7% as a number because it's easier. But what we're hoping for is to have earnings performance above 7%. The reality is that, as you saw from the graph that looked at CalPERS returns, it's been really difficult since 2008 for CalPERS to consistently make that performance or that hurdle rate. And you may be underperforming quite a bit. So, on your investment gains, if you're gaining below something less than that 7%. So it's both your borrowing rate, but also your investment sort of peg. And, either one of those things ultimately have an impact on the unfunded liability. So when it goes down to 6.8%, implied in that assumption is you may likely earn less.
So
if
Janet,
it goes down to 6.5%, the assumption is you're likely going to earn less. And therefore, if you earn less, you don't have as many or the potential for as the significant gains as if you were in a higher rate earning rate environment. And that's what potentially causes the increase in the unfunded liability amount that you may see, depending on overall performance, reflected in our financial statements.
So, Jan, if I can, because I've spent a lot of time talking with constituents about this, if I can offer what I think is a simple explanation, you can tell me if it's accurate or not. So the pension fund comes largely, we pay for it with three primary sources: return on investment, employees that pay into it, and the amount that the city pays into it. So if you lower the amount you're getting from investments, and if you have a fixed cost on your contracts with your employees, who picks up the tab is that third attribute, which is us. Is that a fair way to say it, Jan?
I personally wouldn't characterize it that way. I think there are parts of it that, yeah, I just sort of keep it at, if I earn above the hurdle rate, that's great. If I earn below it, that's not a good thing. And if you lower it because the expectation or the actuarial expectation is you're going to earn less going forward, a greater liability potential.
So,
okay,
Mayor,
Mr. City Manager,
I hope I'm not going to add to the complexity or confusion of this. There's probably enough of it for everybody at this point. But I think the other item of information that's contained on this chart is the term. It's listed in the middle column in between gain and loss and the numbers. And what happened in around 2008, you'll remember there was a significant downturn in market performance. And so you'll see some sizable losses listed there. At that time, PERS adopted what they called a smoothing program. And essentially what they did was they lengthened the term of those bases or loans to help cities adjust over time to the losses in their portfolios. Otherwise, if they were still doing them over a 4 or 5 year term, you would have seen the payments required of employers jump up even more significantly than they have. Conversely, if it was, followed by 3 years of gains significantly, they would have lowered the cost significantly. So what you have here is a package of bases or loans that have been put together over multiple years for differing terms to help smooth the impact to employers. And it's complex, as Jan said. Essentially, I think the mayor's description of the three factors that go into determining, what your pension costs are is correct. It's employee contributions, it's employer contributions, and it's what your investments earn or lose in the marketplace.
all right, we'll go on to Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thank you, Mayor. Jan, I'm going to try to take a stab at my own form of understanding this. So forgive me if I'm wildly off base, and feel free to tell me if I am. Could we go back to the slide of the graph that showed the returns vis-a-vis the 7% mark?
That is, let me see if I can find the slide to read it. That's slide 7.
If you can't, I can still pose the question without it. Okay, so my question is, in 2012, there was a 0.1% return. Does that mean that our UAL went up by 6.9%, meaning we owed more money?
well, you would have had significant losses driving up the unfunded portion.
So it's not a commensurate amount where it's, for example, we're 6.9% below the 7% target. We didn't therefore end up owing, let's say our pension obligations was, just to make it an easy number, $100 million at the time. So that means our UAL, or our total debt, didn't go up by another 6.9 million.
I would assume not. So again, I don't know what those losses were in terms of actual dollars. And again, the bases or the payment schedules are made up of a variety of elements. Not
okay.
Investment gains or losses are a significant component, but not the only components.
Okay.
I mean, I think you could say, look, 21, look, here's what I will say. This year, where we're expected to return, or CalPERS returned 21.8%, you are going to see a significant benefit. You'll see when the valuation is done, huge gains. That was part of the calculus of CalPERS' decision to lower the unfunded rate. The city manager talked about some of the smoothing elements. Right. So let me just say this. Back in 2008, I sat in a meeting with Standard & Poor's. Then CalPERS, Standard & Poor's said back then, you need to be at, we believe the real rate ought to be 6.5%. Now, however many years ago that was, no one could do that. It would send cities, counties, everyone into a tailspin. And so they adopted the whole smoothing element. But, you know, there's a benefit that comes with that, and in that it makes your payment structure easier. The challenge with that is you're seeing the result in that pyramid that we talked about, which makes it really challenging now to sort of make those, step up and make those payments.
So, I mean, I guess as I understood PERS, it's a giant investment account, and these returns are what the market is. It's typically reflective of the market.
Yeah, I think everybody returned over the past year roughly 20%. And, you know, CalPERS returned 20. Now, granted, they have, you know, all sorts of investments. You know, it's certainly not just stock market, it's real estate. It's made up, they have portfolios made up of all sorts of investments.
So when the investments don't provide a healthy return, our liability goes up. And so what we've effectively got, and this is my punchline, the way I'm seeing it is it's like we've got this giant debt on a variable rate. I know it's not one loan with a variable rate, but the concept that the rate is constantly changing and the amount we owe or don't owe goes up and down based on market performance.
Gains and losses are changing based on returns. Yes, constant, it's dynamic.
So, and I don't want to get too ahead of the presentation, but are you effectively just proposing that we secure fixed interest bond debt to shrink this, to reduce the lack of predictability around what we owe?
I think I'm suggesting that we take time to come up of which bonds. Again, I talked about scale at the beginning. You know, the question was asked, you asked a question, which I thought was a great question. What would $10 million get us? You know, that was in a session past, which we talked about it. You know, 10 million on a $400 million liability helps. It's a drop in the bucket, and it should form part of a strategy. But I'm saying there are, you know, POBs are part of the answer just because of scale. And just because of where the absolute level of rates are today, it makes sense. But I do think it's worth having a bigger conversation about what that looks like.
Well, the reason why I'm asking is because I'm trying to couch this in a way I understand, and I think the way that the general public understand. We all understand, I think, finance in terms of a home loan. And you've got two kinds. You've got the variable and the fixed. And what Santa Rosa has is a variable loan, essentially. And if I understood the materials correctly, and I'll stop talking so you can continue on with your presentation, but you want to basically take away some of the
fixed rate, 6.8% is the rate at which the loan is amortized. The word I would use is it's fully dependent upon performance.
Yeah.
Above
so
or below
you're
that
just
rate.
Are you just trying to fix it at a lower rate by doing POBs?
That would be the conclusion of one of the options.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, Jan, if I can get you to go to slide 11.
Sure.
So it's really a fundamental question. Is the baseline, which you put at 30 million, is the baseline the amount owed multiplied by the discount rate from CalPERS?
I don't think so.
Okay, so you've got that 400 million. How do you come up with the baseline, and then can you explain in kind of simple terms why that baseline continues to grow for a while?
Okay, this is the amortization given to us by CalPERS. Okay, so it's already stated what it will be. So again, we talk about gains and losses and sort of the smoothing elements that went on for a few years. But what that results in is you have this additional amount here. So this is, it could have been, it is loans past. Remember, this is a past due amount. And so it's amortized or at a rate of 7%. So when we talk about the $110 million, this is a fixed schedule given to us by CalPERS as to here's what your payments will be for some period of time known.
Okay, so where does the 30 million baseline calculation come from that you refer to throughout?
CalPERS.
Okay, so
CalPERS.
So CalPERS just says that's what it is, but doesn't tell us how they get the 30 million?
So
what I'm trying to figure out is how does CalPERS set the baseline based on how much we owe, based on their discount rate? Because I understand that this is the past due, which means future performance of the market isn't impacting this. This is based on what we owe. So how do we get the baseline from CalPERS? What's the formula?
did the city manager say,
Maybe I can take a stab at this.
Okay.
So in one of the slides she showed, she talked about the 65 bases or loans that we have. And this chart really represents a compilation of those loans and the terms and the annual payments. So you're taking a particular year, like 2024, you're going through all 65 of those and saying, these are the public safety related ones, these are the fire related ones, and these are the miscellaneous employee related ones that have payments due in that year. And that added together gets that $30 to $40 million number in payments.
That really helps. So I guess my question is, do each of those years have a different percentage that's due that is fixed to that year, or is there a macro percentage that's due of the total liability?
Okay, so on slide 12, the next slide. Here are the payments over where it says it in the total column. Those are the payments over the next, 25 years.
So I don't think that was your question, though.
So I'm looking at we're spending way too much time on this. We can move on, but I'll try one more stab at it. So you have each of the different amortizations for what was past due at this point. As you look into the future, as we look into 22, 23, 24, is the amount that's due for miscellaneous, fire, and safety based on an aggregate percentage of what's due, or do you have to go back and look at 2008, what was the percentage then, 2009, what was the percentage then, et cetera, and add them together?
So one of those charts had a term in the column.
Mm-hmm.
And so you'd have to look at the term. If it was 4 years, you'd only be looking at a 4-year impact. If it was a 20-year impact, it'd be 20 years of impact. The other variable that we have is that, as Jan has mentioned, PERS looks at the performance of their investments and compares them to their projected rate of return, or that discount rate that she talked about of 7%. And at one time, it was even higher than that. They were much more optimistic about what they were going to earn from their investments. And they have been gradually reducing that down. And I believe their target is, in that 6.5% range to get it down that far. The problem is, every time they reduce that, it raises the cost to employers participating in the plan. So they've been doing that very gradually. So each one of those bases or loans also has a discount rate or an interest rate associated with them. So inside each one of those summary numbers by year are, a aggregation of loans, payments per year at differing interest rates.
Okay, so you just answered my question. I appreciate that. It is the aggregate of each of the individual bases' discount rates for the time of that amortization, not the discount rate applied to the whole pool. Correct. That's helpful. This last question, then we can move on, is much more simple. As of before the market crash in 2008, Santa Rosa was over 100% funded, correct?
I don't know the answer to that question.
The number that I have in my head was 100. I seem to remember it was 104% funded prior to the market crash, but maybe Alan or somebody else can find that number while we finish the presentation. I just wanted to underscore how much of this was at the whims of the market. And now we can move on, Jan.
Alan isn't here.
Okay.
Maybe somebody from the budget office, if they're here, or we're, I don't know the answer to that. Yeah.
Okay. Let's continue with the presentation.
Okay. All right. Going on to the next section. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. So, clearly pension bonds come with risks, but their financing approaches and their budgeting approaches. And some of this is going to get a little bit squirrely just in terms of understanding, but here's a simple one, I think about. So if we're having a discussion about, for instance, taking $10 million, and this is not intended to put anybody on the spot. It's just one that I've mentioned before, and so it comes to mind. So if I have a fire station, for example, to finance, and let's just say it's $30 million, whatever the number is, 10 million, it doesn't matter what the number is. I can do that tax exempt. And I use the terms highest and best uses of dollars. And it's not to say one decision better than the other. It is to say, where might I be better served financially? And so if I can borrow tax exempt in today's market, tax exempt rates, taxable rates are very compressed. Pension obligation bonds have to be issued at taxable rates. We can talk about why that is later. But I might say to myself, when sort of those spreads were much wider, pre-2008, it was a much easier, easier thought. You finance capital because you can borrow it tax exempt, and you don't have those sorts of risks going forward. Pension bonds, which are borrowed at taxable rates, meaning higher, that's where corporate securities borrow. Pension bonds are priced, what we say is a spread off those securities. So it's more expensive to do it that way. And it's riskier to do it that way. So if I had $20 million I was going to take and put towards a fire station, maybe I would opt to go finance it and get rid of my higher cost debt, for example, 7%. And so that's, how we think about budgeting approaches. How do we, so to make that all work assumes that there's, fairly sizable capital program, and, might think about alternate strategies. Councilmember Tibbetts brought up the use of reserves or one-time monies. Are we better off, PFM, whatever monies are invested there, for example, if we have an extra $10 million of funds sitting there, might we be better off, financing more costly debt or one-time monies, PG&E dollars, as an example? Where do we sort of get, that leverage reduced from pension bonds? On the financing approach side, the answer today, I think, is pension obligation bonds. Tax exempt exchange was what I just talked about. That's how we think about it. If you have something in the capital program that you say this, I'm better off financing this and paying, and putting money into CalPERS, that's, what a tax exempt change might get you. It depends on a sizable capital program. A leveraged refunding means that we have current refunding opportunities to sort of accelerate savings. We don't have that opportunity, those opportunities right now. And so, we couldn't really execute on that right now. But there are, budgeting approaches. Let me answer, I don't have the slide with me, but the $10 million answer as just an alternative to how we think about pension bonds is that depending on where we are, on what we're wanting to do, and financing or a financial solution isn't necessarily a budget solution. They're not of equal proportions. And so if we looked at a shorter amortization, I think you'll see this actually in a slide, so I probably shouldn't talk much about it here. But those are sorts of the questions we ought to be asking to come up with a bigger strategy rather than just settling on one thing. But again, pension bonds have scale. And so that is the go-to solution. Next slide, please. So when I think of the real CalPERS problem, I think I pointed this out on a previous slide before, is how do we get rid of that triangle? How do we make it level? How do we not have that increasing $110 million that we're paying, out over the next 13, 14 years? We would have to refinance it. Just given sort of where that is, that's what we would have to do. One of the solutions we did look at is what would it get us if we were to take $10 million right in here, but it's such a big number that it didn't go very far. I think it made a lot of sense financially. It wouldn't have gotten us to perhaps the budgetary response that we did. Again, a comprehensive solution probably serves us best. And with that, we'll go on to the next slide. This says 4. It's actually 3. I took this in 3 parts. So the strategies for pension bonds would be from the front end, certainly through the escalating component of this chart. You know, what gets us through, I think it's 20, 34, 35, you know, how do we get enough money to be able to sort of levelize, is the word we use, this payment structure so you don't have increasing costs. A tax-exempt exchange might be something we look at in conjunction as those opportunities present themselves. Again, that's where you think about financing something on a tax-exempt basis. If you were using cash to pay for that structure, fire station, I go back to, maybe you make an investment in CalPERS, or we can do it into a trust. But that's what we mean by a tax-exempt exchange. Reserves, one-time monies, to answer the question of what was the result of that analysis. Our most expensive debt, because we're carrying it the longest, again, at 7% or 6.8%, that's the most costly part of our debt. So it would make sense to take that out. And as I recall, just looking at that, you know, it probably got us a $23 million financial benefit. Very little on a budgetary basis. On the front end, where we looked at using the 10 million, it got us better budgetary benefit because it would literally take away some of these payment schedules in here, same as on the back end, they go away. But it got us more budgetary benefit, but less financial benefit. It was about 13 million versus 23 million financial benefit. We're better served if we're going to use monies to take out the longer end. I think there was one big amortization back there that we looked at in the 20 million plus range. In the middle, expensive, but there's a lot of debt there. You need scale to do that. So it had no budgetary benefit, lots of financial benefit there. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, we're going to talk about how pension obligation bonds really work. These are taxable obligations that we issue. It meant a lot more when rates were higher and less compression between taxable and tax-exempt rates. And I'll just give you some points of context. The city would issue bonds below the CalPERS discount rate. There was a transaction done, I don't remember who the California issuer was, done last week at about 2.6%. For purposes of all the math we're doing on POBs, we're using a borrowing rate of 3.5%, just to be safe. The goal is to reduce the CalPERS contributions. And keep in mind, this is a hard one for people to understand. We sort of never really know where we stand with CalPERS until it's all done, sort of at the end of it, in which, you know, probably is beyond our time in sort of thinking about this. But I put this chart in here just as a picture I took from somewhere. The reason the bonds are taxable. So we issue, governments in the United States, I think it's the only one in the world that gets to do this, issue at tax exempt rates, and people who invest in them don't pay, federal income taxes. And so if you borrow tax exempt, you're not allowed to invest those monies at a spread. They're owed to the federal government. And so if we're issuing bonds, that it implies we're going to invest it at a spread. Arbitrage is the word we use. Spread is the other word we use, to the benefit of making money. Then the bonds must be issued on a taxable basis. That's why POBs are issued on a taxable basis. Next slide, please. Issued at a lower rate. If we're assuming 3.5, that's just the rate I'll stick with for talking purposes here, although that's high. Below the opportunity is to earn upside between what we've issued the debt at and where we expect to earn. And so we replace the higher cost unfunded liability. We've got to deposit all monies into CalPERS, but it does produce both cash flow as well as budgetary savings. And we're replacing much higher cost debt. So the way the savings are calculated is between the two streams of cash flows, the debt service on the new bonds and the unfunded liability creates savings, budgetary savings. Next slide, please. I think I started talking about the forward calendar, looking at $4 billion in issuance. We talked about the dynamics of that. Interest rates are low. We've got high cost debt. That's the takeaway. It provides savings relief, cash flow savings, and budgetary savings. In making new investments into the fund, it results in a higher funding status. That is a good thing for all bargaining units, and it reduces the reliance on the city contributions going forward. Next slide, please. This is just a graph of how it works. We're required to deposit all the POB proceeds into the pension fund. We make the payment to bondholders. And, probably still, obviously, if we're not taking out the entire liability, which I wouldn't propose that we do, we will still be making payments to CalPERS, albeit reduced payments to CalPERS. Next slide, please. So this is an approximate timeline. I know there's been conversation around the potential or what validation means and the potential for challenge. What we would propose to do, I don't have a timeline. I'm just using this. If we were to do this, if there were a decision to do this, and I'm not asking for that decision today, we would probably just draft the bond documents up front. You would approve them. We would file the validation right away. To save time. We're concerned about inflation and interest rates growing up. So we'd want to capture rates at the low end of the market. And at that point, we would propose to just work on the bond financing, and we would have to return to the city council for a variety of authorizations. Yeah, we'd be looking about a 6-month timeline, assuming no challenge to closing the transaction. Next slide, please. So I would suggest that we think of the UAL portion only, depositing POB proceeds into CalPERS. It doesn't bring the UAL to zero, so I should point that out. But I wouldn't propose to finance the entire liability because that increases risks. Taking a leap into the market all at one time in the same interest rate environment. And from a credit perspective, the primary concern is around implementation of a comprehensive plan. They want to see we have skin in the game. They'd like to see perhaps the setup of a trust, perhaps a one-time investment, but they see all sorts of POBs, but those things do serve for better rating considerations. Next slide, please. We've talked about some of the benefits, but just to reiterate, immediate reduction in our unfunded liability payment to CalPERS, cash flow and budgetary savings, literally cash out the door, and we save it on a budgetary basis, not inconsequential. From a market timing perspective, the lower rate environment in which we issue is really better able to protect us to any volatility at CalPERS, which we'll have. That's just a given. And then the time value of money with increased investment in the fund, we accelerate the compounding effect of earnings. Next slide, please. There are risks. POBs have come a long way, and I'll just go right to that next slide. They're enumerated largely in the presentation. Okay, they're here. You can go ahead and just, I didn't know this was doing this, right. And you can do the other side as well, because I'll speak to both of them. Thank you. We learned a lot from the first generation of pension obligation bonds. We sort of call these POBs 2.0. And by the way, I neglected to mention that the city actually has pension bonds outstanding. Not a lot. They're non-callable, so they're not able to be refinanced. That's one of the big issues. But in any event, what people have learned is that fixed rates work best. So yes, while CalPERS may go up and down, it's really tough to manage variable rate. Variable rate requires we have letters of credit, and that is a complication in and of itself. So having to, renegotiate ever so many years letters of credit, and they're expensive. So I think we dealt with the debt burden issue that used to be an issue, conversion of a soft liability to a hard liability. We're required to post it on our balance sheet. Essentially, it is a hard liability, and it is reflected on the balance sheet. Bonds used to be sold non-callable, and that's because taxable bonds in the corporate market are pretty much non-callable instruments. I think for purposes related to governmental entities, largely now they're all sold with a 10-year call, so you'll have an opportunity to refinance should rates go lower at some point. We're not allowed to extend out payments beyond the UAL. We're required to use it for that purpose, so you're not sort of extending or taking on additional risk. Pension bonds are, well, let me say this. What Standard & Poor's is credit neutral on POBs. Moody's and Fitch take a stronger stance about it. So what have issuers done? They just go to see Standard & Poor's. But ratings obviously are, how we address the overall plan, I think will matter. I think it's a good thing to do financially, but it'll also matter on a credit basis. We talked about why we shouldn't do $400 million all at one time. We may choose to do it in different rate environments. There's nothing certain about rates going up. They may certainly go lower. If we did, I don't know, I'm going to pick a number, a couple $100 million here. Maybe you do $50 million at another time in a lower cost market, but dollar cost averaging into the market is a better solution. Next slide, please. I think we sort of covered these, but just to restate them, issuing less, I think Mayor Rogers commented or asked about, was the city overfunded? Overfunding is a risk, and that's a reason we wouldn't do the whole thing. Because if you have extraordinary gains, you're gonna have overfunding. And what most people learned during the 2008 crisis was you issued all these bonds, you now have overfunding, and oh, by the way, now we're having all these losses. So that in and of itself is a risk. We mitigate it by not doing 100% of the bonds. Issuing multiple tranches, meaning over time, to dollar cost average into the market. Low interest rates, they matter. We're trying to earn the difference between what we borrow and what we pay to the amount paid to CalPERS. How do we mitigate that other risk? Is, look, the bigger spread we have, meaning the lower rate we issue at, the better our benefit will be. And then avoid adding complexity, which variable interest rates, people did mark interest rate swaps on top of it. They work in certain environments, probably not the best one here. And be ready to issue when the time is right. So if we were to prepare to issue bonds and rates went higher, depending on what that spread looked like, you might hear us advise, let's wait. That's what's meant, and be prepared, when the market improves. Next slide, please. And that concludes the presentation. There are POB risks enumerated in the appendix, the timeline in the appendix, they're all there. And I'm happy to take questions at this point.
All right, thank you so much, Jan. Let's start by having you give us, just before we go to additional questions from council members and questions from the public, what type of feedback are you looking for from the study session today?
I think the feedback that I would be looking for is, I'd like to suggest that we take a look at this, and I'd like to take the time to come back with a comprehensive approach. I think we talked about what some of those approaches might be. I don't know that we will have a comprehensive answer to all of those things when we come back. It's likely going to include pension ops. It may include what I call sort of a tax exchange or the opportunity to look at it. It may include, a decision in some amount to buy down some of the debt, obviously with not a lot of cash on hand, not much, a limited opportunity. But let's do that. Let's come back with a recommended strategy, if you're interested, of what a financing might look like, what those savings might look like, what other components might we add, and how do we plan to address the risks? And, speak specifically to them at that time.
Okay, and Mr. City Manager, one of the questions that I get the most often is why we don't just cut benefits. So setting aside the promises have been made to employees, can you talk about the legal landscape around pensions that have been promised?
So there's two different landscapes out there in the pension world. One for current employees who are members of the pension system, and one for retirees. Retirees are guaranteed their benefits. You cannot go retroactively and impact those agreements that were implemented over the life of their employment. And so set aside the retirees.
The California rule.
California law. The other set of landscape involves current employees. And you also cannot go retroactively with current employees. In other words, if I worked for 15 years for the city and had a contract that said I got these employment related retirement benefits, and I made my employee contributions and the city made their employer contributions, I'm entitled to get those benefits. What you can do is negotiate on what the benefits will be in the future. And so we have had that a couple of different times in the city of Santa Rosa. The pension formulas and programs have changed several times, both up and down for current employees. And that is the case going forward. You have to negotiate because we have collective bargaining here in the city, but that's the basic pension landscape that I would describe in response to your question.
And the most recent one was PEPRA, the Public Employees Pension Reform Act in Sacramento back in 2012 that created that secondary tier for new employees, right?
That's correct.
Right. Are there any questions from council? I think council members are still getting their head around everything. So we'll go to public comment and then we'll come back for statements from council members and direction. Again, I see nobody in the chambers, so we'll go to live public comment via Zoom. I don't see any hands. Did we have any pre-recorded voicemails?
We have no pre-recorded voicemails.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and bring it back. Who'd like to start by giving some direction to staff? All right, Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thank you, Mayor. Jan, I really appreciate you doing this. I know that I asked the question a few months ago when we were having discussion about one-time monies. And I guess I'll just make the comment for any members of the public listening, and even for that matter, representatives of some of our bargaining units, because I know that the public and employees and just the community at large has a really significant interest in the use of this one-time money. And their first thought might be is, why are you taking this money to pay down your faulty debt or your faulty obligations or bad decisions that City Hall made 20, 30 years ago? While I can't argue that those were probably some bad decisions, they are what they are. They're locked up in contract. But the amount of money, you mentioned that $53 million check. I mean, last time I checked, our budget was just over $350 million. That's a huge chunk of money that could otherwise be going to services. And so if we make these minimum payments, essentially, we're constantly going to be writing those checks. And yet we have this one-time money, which in my mind, the question that I wanted answered, and you've answered it really well in spades, is how can we use this now to return money to the public on an ongoing basis from here to for. And I think that is actually probably the most judicious form of our money. We've talked about things like our parks are underfunded. Well, every year, as we just went through in our budget process this year, we pulled some money, I think it was out of reserves, or no, excuse me, out of the one time, to fund certain things in our parks. But we have these discussions every year, and they're in large part due to this huge expense that we have looming over our heads, and it's constantly changing. It's unpredictable. And I really, really appreciate the work that you've done, and you're going to continue to do, I hope, on coming up with ways that we can return some of this cash to the public every year in the form of filled potholes, better wages, better maintained parks. I really believe that's what we're discussing here today. So in that vein, I absolutely support all the three options you laid out, the pension obligation bonds mixed with tax exempt exchanges and use of the one-time money. And I guess, since what we don't have today is sort of a mix of these assets, what I'm going to ask for is that you maybe come back with a couple of scenarios and say, if we do 10 million in PG&E one-time money, this much in pension obligation bonds, and this much in tax-exempt exchanges, here's what we believe we can add to the cash flow of the city budget on an annual basis, and give us a few of those options with different amounts in each pool, because I'm sure that between now and when you come back, our ability to borrow, our ability to use one-time money may have changed somewhat, or we may get more community priorities between now and then for the one-time money from PG&E. And we have to be flexible. It may not be 10 million, it may be 20, it may be 5, who knows? But the point is some sort of a comprehensive mix from you would be much appreciated, in my opinion. And thank you very much for this presentation.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, this is very complex, and I appreciate the presentation because it attempts to try to get me to understand our various options. What I would be looking for in another presentation would be a firm recommendation based on your financial knowledge and that of your team. It's hard for me to know. There are risks. You mentioned risks. There are always risks when dealing with these kinds of instruments and other instruments as well. But what I'm not feeling is a firm recommendation, and the use of our one-time dollars I've always felt would be well used in an investment environment, something that pays off in the long run. And it sounds like that could be right up our alley with some of the recommendations or some of the information that you provided us today. So I'd be hard pressed to know where to go after the presentation. But I think what I'm looking for next would be a pretty firm recommendation.
Councilmember Squidhelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thank you, Jan, for the presentation. I think on slide 15, you have the one bullet point, develop a long-term comprehensive plan with multiple solutions. You also talked about a comprehensive approach. That's what I'm really looking for. Come back with some recommendations, almost like what some of my colleagues have said, because it's very clear to me there's no magic solution, because if there were, other cities would be doing it. And so I do like the diversified approach, because I think that is very much more strategic and less risk involved with that. So I'd be looking forward to that information coming back with some specific financial recommendations. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor.
I'd like to thank you for bringing that report to us today. I would also like to see you come back. I would make a request that if it's hard for council members to follow, that I won't use the term that I normally use, but bring it down to a level to where the general public will be able to follow, whether we're looking at how that would look in a regular house. I mean, just bring it all the way down where we're not learning your terms, you're bringing it down to terms that the general public would use would be my only request. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I'm going to echo those comments as well. For me, when I look at this, what we're really talking about is providing a level of predictability for our community. And it's been just wildly unpredictable in the market, what we're going to owe year over year, and it makes it hard to have long-term strategic plans in place. What I appreciate the most about this is the way that you can have the fixed cost that we can rely on at its peak, going from 44 million that's owed to down to about 28 million was the discussion in our long-term finance committee. I know that everybody in this community can find needs that $16 million could go towards that are desperately needed throughout our community. So I'm going to be very supportive of this and you bringing this forward. Long term, I think we have promises that we've made to employees that we need to keep, and this allows us to do that while also not crowding out additional services. So anything we can do to be flexible. I also appreciate the conversation around, particularly for fire stations, for other fixed infrastructure, finding different ways to finance them as well. We have our facilities conditioned index, where this council has talked about the long-term liabilities that we have, that not just within our pension system, but within our assets as well. And if there's a way for us to mirror this conversation with that conversation and find flexible financing tools to make the investments we need to keep those assets, I think that the council is going to be very interested in that as well. With that, I just want to thank you. I know it is a really complex topic. I know that you do have a lot of questions coming at you from council members and you've handled it very well, and I appreciate the approach that you're bringing to the office. Are there any additional questions or comments from council members? All right, thank you so much, Jen.
Thank you.
We are done with our study sessions. Our next item is at 4 o'clock, so council will take a brief recess. We'll be back at 4.
For those just joining the meeting, live translation in Spanish is available, and members wishing to listen in Spanish can join the Spanish channel. To do so, click on the interpretation icon in the Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe. Once you join the Spanish channel, we recommend you shut off the main audios so you only hear the Spanish translation. I'm going to promote our interpreter to translate for us. Pablo, are you able to translate for us?
All right, Madam City Clerk, it's 4 o'clock. We'll go ahead and call our meeting back into session. Could you please take the roll?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Tibbetts.
Here.
Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez. Vice Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Mayor Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez, have you joined us? Okay, let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of council members Alvarez and Fleming.
All right, thank you so much. We have no proclamations tonight, so we'll start with staff briefings. Go ahead, Mr. City Manager.
Mayor and members of the council, my portion of the staff briefings this evening are on our COVID-19 response update. And I'd like to just share some points with the public and the council. First is regarding masks. Masks are recommended for indoor activities for everyone, regardless of vaccination status. As you may have noticed, daily cases are rising. COVID cases have doubled in the past months and continue to rise. Sonoma County has joined the counties of Alameda, Contra Costa, Marin, San Francisco, San Mateo, and Santa Clara, and the city of Berkeley in the recommendation. The recommendation comes as the Delta variant spreads throughout the state. The Delta variant is now the most common variant in the U.S. and is also the most contagious. Masks and distancing are the cheapest, most effective way to curb the spread. Young adults are experiencing the highest rates of growth in COVID cases. The unvaccinated remain the most susceptible to the infection and hospitalization. The highest rates of hospitalization, over 90%, and ICU visits are unvaccinated people. County health officials urge people to get vaccinated. And some notes regarding our homeless shelter, the Sam Jones Hall. Shelter intakes remain paused after the shelter staff became aware of COVID cases at the shelter on July 2nd. Last week, the County of Sonoma opened an alternative care site at the Best Western Dry Creek Inn in Healdsburg, and most of the COVID positive individuals from Samuel Jones Hall have been transferred to this location. The alternate care site has capacity for 60 residents. 6 individuals remain in an isolation area established at Sam Jones Hall in the shelter annex area, and these individuals will be completing their isolation period soon. Samuel Jones Hall data as of July 20th, the total number of shelter residents exposed are 153. Number of positive cases, 90, with 6 new positive cases from the last round of testing conducted on July 15th. Of those, the number of confirmed fully vaccinated positive cases, 32. And next date that we'll be testing will be tomorrow on July 21st of this year. In Sonoma County, the number of cases of July 19th, we have 926 active cases, 327 deaths to date from the pandemic. And if you want information on getting a test, which we encourage anybody who feels they've been exposed or are experiencing symptoms to do, go to Sonoma, SOCOemergency.com /test for testing information, or just go to the county website and you can be directed there. Information on vaccines. As of July 18th, we have 299,106 individuals fully vaccinated, 32,677 partially vaccinated, and a total of 613,803 vaccines administered overall. And there is enough vaccine supply for all eligible Californians to be vaccinated. And once again, we encourage all individuals who are eligible to receive their vaccines. And go to the SonomaCountyEmergency.org /vaccine site, SoCoemergency.org vaccine, to get information on where to receive those.
Thank you so much, Mr. City Manager. Do we have any questions from council? Okay, let's go on to our next update.
Our second update to our staff briefing is the glass fire recovery, and Paul Lowenthal, our fire marshal, will be giving this update.
Good evening, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor Rogers, and members of the council. Paul Lowenthal, Assistant Fire Marshal with the Fire Department, on behalf of the Glass Fire Recovery Task Forces. We reconvened both the watershed and debris task forces to determine where we're at from a recovery standpoint. We have progressed nicely with a couple remaining projects on the debris side with the intention of figuring out where we're at to report back to the city manager and eventually council on needs for the emergency order that was in place. With that, some quick updates. Cal OES is reporting that overall in the entire branch that covers 6 to 7 counties, they're about 75% complete with returning properties back to property owners. In the city limits, we have fully accounted for all debris removal on both private debris removal as well as public debris removal, with just a little bit left under county jurisdiction on city property at Los Gillicos campus. In addition to that, as far as the ongoing tree issue that you've become aware of, we are still working very closely with both the County of Sonoma and Napa, as well as outside council regarding our CPUC issue to advocate for a wood management program to be reimplemented. In addition to that, PG&E has started to roll out what they refer to as a wood hauling program. What we want to make very clear to the community as well as council is that although they are offering a program, it is not the full wood management program that we're advocating for our respective communities. But we will be doing everything we can to coordinate with PG&E as well as our community, both in the city of Santa Rosa and outside the city, to make sure as many residents opt into that program as possible. What we've seen in the Tubbs fire was that, as we know all too well, the dead and dying trees are something that is of great concern of ours for the potential for repeat incidents. So the wood management program is what we're ultimately fighting for, but we're also going to work diligently to make sure that as many community members take advantage of the wood removal program, including the city of Santa Rosa. Some of our own wood was felled by PG&E. So even the city will be opting into that program to help reduce our threats to the community as well as the risk for future wildfires. With that, that is the conclusion of the update for the glass fire.
All right, thank you so much, Paul. Council, any questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to public comment on our staff briefings for tonight, item number 7. I'm not seeing anybody rise in the chamber. I don't see any live hands in our attendees. And did we have any voicemail public comments?
We have no voicemail public comment on this item.
Perfect. We'll keep moving then. Let's go on to city manager and city attorney reports. Who wants to start tonight?
I have no report this afternoon.
And I have no report this afternoon either.
All right, nice and quick. Item 9, statements of abstention by council members. Do we have any tonight? Okay, seeing none noted, we'll move on to mayor's and council member reports. Does anybody have anything that they would like to add? Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm pleased to announce the return of Patty Cisco to the Planning Commission to replace Akash Kalia, who is outgoing at this time. And I want to take this opportunity to really thank Akash for bringing his youthful energy and his perspective on low-income housing and development to the Planning Commission. I'm really, really proud of the work he's done. And I'm also excited to bring back the longstanding institutional knowledge to the Planning Commission that Patty certainly brings. The second appointment I'll be making is Andrea Rodriguez to the Community Advisory Board. So Dina and or Stephanie, I believe she's already submitted an application. So please let me know of what other paperwork I need to do there. And that's it, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I just have a couple of quick things for tonight. One is to report back to council that last week we had a SCTA and RCPA meeting. One of the substantial items that came out of it is the formation of an ad hoc to look at a climate change measure going forward, potentially in 22 or 24. I was appointed to that ad hoc and will be serving on that over the next couple of years. I also wanted to let the council know that on last Wednesday, myself, the vice mayor, the city manager, the city attorney, and other leadership from around the city did a briefing in EOC drill going into what is expected to be a difficult and challenging public safety power shutoff and fire season. We did then have a red flag warning pop up a couple days later, so it was appropriately timed, and I just want to thank everybody for their time in that. I think it's going to be really reassuring for the community to see us do that, and it's going to work really well for us to be prepared going into this next year. I see no other reports, so we'll go on to our approval for the minutes. We have two sets of, and I'll take public comment now on council member reports. I see no one in the chambers. I see no live hands on Zoom. Do we have any pre-recorded voicemail public comments?
There are no voicemail public comments on this item.
Okay, then we will go on to the minutes. We have December 1st, 2020 and October 13th, 2020 minutes. Do we have any additions to those minutes or alterations? Seeing no hands. I'll ask for public comment on those items. Any voicemail public comments?
There's no voicemail public comment on this item.
Okay, then without objection, we'll show those as adopted with the vice mayor recusing from both of those items. We have no consent calendar. We'll come back for our public comment after 5 o'clock. And let's go on to item 14.1, Mr. City Manager.
Mayor and members of the council, item 14.1 this evening is a report item on the proposed allocation of $10 million in PG&E settlement funds to the Renewal Enterprise District, known as RED, the housing fund in the form of a loan, allocation of $50,000 in PG&E settlement funds to the RED to address one-time member assessments, and an amendment to the RED's joint powers exercise authority agreement. Excuse me. Presenting the staff report this afternoon will be Claire Hartman, our acting city manager.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor Rogers, and members of the City Council. I'm presenting to you tonight sort of a bundle of items, some of which relate to the RED proper Renewal Enterprise District and others that are specific to the RED Housing Fund. Next slide. So the actions, we are looking for action tonight, and the actions include allocation of the $10 million of one-time funds from the PG&E settlement to the RED Housing Fund. And with that, we want to get agreement with the City Council on our term sheet that would go with that loan. And in addition to that, authorizing staff to take the next steps, develop the final loan documents, and essentially execute that loan agreement. Then sort of separately, and we can handle these separately and get through one and then move on to the other, but separately, we're also looking at making our first amendment to the RED's Joint Exercise of Powers Agreement. And in addition, supporting the RED with a one-time member assessment of $50,000. And then lastly, this isn't by motion, or this isn't by resolution, but simply acknowledgement that you have an opportunity, now that there is a RED Housing Fund board, you have an opportunity to make an appointment. I'm not presenting it as though you're going to make it tonight, but setting up the appointment opportunity in the future for a city representative or a representative that will represent the city on that RED Housing Fund board. Next slide. So this is how the presentation will go tonight. I'm going to give an overview on sort of how we got to this point and why it makes sense to allocate this money that is a limited resource, but why it's so important to allocate it to the RED Housing Fund. We will also hear from Michelle Whitman. She's the executive officer of the Renewal Enterprise District, so we can learn more about the background and where they're headed in terms of a joint powers entity. And then also we have Foresight Street advisors here on hand to answer questions about the RED Housing Fund itself. Now, in terms of the city team, I'm the presenter, but we have all hands on deck here. We have Megan Bassinger, who's worked closely with me on developing these terms. She's our interim director for Housing and Community Services. And we've also sought guidance from Sue Gallagher, our city attorney, and from Jane Mazik, our chief financial officer. Next slide. So I'm not going to go over this in detail, but just to bring you up to speed for how we got here. In essence, we're dealing with a housing crisis and it's been ongoing, and there's been stumbling blocks and complications. So back in 2015, the city council made it a top priority, housing and affordable housing. We developed a housing action plan, which had, I think, 30 different measures to address housing in lots of different ways. And then shortly after that, we had the Tubbs fire in 2017, which complicated and compounded that housing crisis. And I'll get to that in a second. And as a result of those two things sort of converging upon Santa Rosa, one of the initiatives that came out of that set of conversations is the Renewal Enterprise District, and that was formed in 2018. In 2020, PG&E ended up settling with the city and the county, and we received some settlement funds. So the city received $95 million in settlement funds, and the county received their share. So Sonoma County Board of Supervisors, late in 2020, they considered how they might use these limited one-time funds, but they quickly directed $10 million of investment into this RED Housing Fund. And they asked that it be contingent on a city match. So we went into discussion with the city council, and we held a discussion in December of 2020. And at that time, if you recall, we didn't just look at that one option. We looked at a couple of other options, or at least another option. So at that time, we looked at if we were to invest, say, $10 million into housing, what are our options that are sort of in the moment, ready to go? One was to initiate this RED Housing Fund, and the other was to invest it into our city's housing authority. It was, excuse me, at the city council goal setting session where the council unanimously voted to take the initiative and match that county offer and invest $10 million into the RED Housing Fund. So we've been working over many meetings, the city team, the county team, the RED staff, the RED board, really a lot of conversation about how this fund will get created, what will be the parameters, the logistics, the governance of it, the accountability of it. And that's what's been taking place over the last several months. In summary, we took what we considered a sort of a recommended term sheet to the city's long-term financial audit subcommittee. And there were a couple of policy areas which we focus on, and what was presented to you tonight is what's come out of that subcommittee. And that brings us to tonight. Next slide. So just in a series of pictures here, just to show how housing and the resiliency factor of using these specific dollars matches up quite specifically. This is a map that shows our very high fire severity zone. So in the red hatch marks, this is the area that we designate for special restrictions. However, we don't prohibit housing from being constructed in these areas. The blue is where the Tubbs fire hit our city, and you can see that it covers Coffee Park, Fountain Grove, and parts of Oakmont. The green is the glass fire burn area, and you can see that hitting Skyhawk, Channel Drive area, and across from Oakmont. And this has compounded our housing crisis. So next slide. So like I said, we were already in a housing crisis by 2015. You can see that we were averaging about 200 or 300 units per year. To meet our housing goals, we really needed to be reaching 500 to 800 units per year. So we knew we had an issue to deal with. When we got hit with the fires, we were in the throes of implementing our housing action plan. And one of them were financial incentives or gap financing. But at that time, we had a rebuild effort. And as you can see here in the gray, we had great success in rebuilding our city over the 2018, 2019, 2020 years. But all those resources, all the labor, all the materials, all the energy in Santa Rosa is going to rebuild, which is great, but it definitely absorbed an opportunity that we could have had citywide. So we might have been able to get more housing. So you can see we're going to be deficient in meeting our regional housing needs. And we are entering into a new regional housing needs cycle. And again, it's similar numbers. So it's really 500 to 800 that we'll need to accomplish per year. Next slide. So one of the initiatives is kind of multifaceted, and it goes hand in hand with working with what we've learned since the wildfires. You know, looking outside of the wildfire areas, looking for areas that are transit-oriented, efficient, so they meet multiple objectives: resiliency, climate protection, mobility. And so we look to downtown. And this is just a slide that covers so many of our different incentives that we have looking at downtown. And it really is kind of our centerpiece for promoting housing. Now, we need housing for all, and we need it in different parts of the city, but we have been really focused on getting housing downtown. So these tools, whether we're prioritizing, which means we streamline, we try to process those first if they're downtown. We've reduced the review authority. That saves time and money on applicants while not negating public notification. Seek with streamlining, we've updated our downtown plan, could raise the ceiling on that environmental review so that projects consistent with the plan can move forward. Lots of different fees and incentives. We have an opportunity zone, which we've actually partnered with property owner to make sure that they can make use of that federal initiative. And then also the RED Housing Fund. There's other opportunities through RED that we're looking at, which is the EIFD, Enhanced Infrastructure, Enhanced Infrastructure District, Finance District. And we also work with RED to collaborate on grant preparation and things like that. All that stuff goes hand in hand. And one thing that we've heard a lot of, and I'm sure you have as well, is our downtown developers use all these tools. There's not one that's like, oh, that's the one and that's the only one I need. They are layering all these tools together. So RED Housing Fund is yet another tool, but all of them are important. Next slide. So I'll let Michelle, I won't steal her thunder. I know she has some words to say about her experience setting up the RED. But I will say that the RED is unique in Sonoma County in that it's a joint powers authority. And its two members currently are the city of Santa Rosa and the county of Sonoma. And it was designed to be creative, sort of out of the box, something that we don't have instead of being segregated in our housing pursuit, to come up with a joint regional model. And so that's what we're testing out. One of the things that we've been looking at is pooling and leveraging financing tools. So like I said, I mentioned the Red Housing Fund is one, EIFD is another. And again, you'll see coming up, I think it's in your next meeting or the meeting after that, the city is applying for an infrastructure grant with the state, which collaborates with downtown development to sponsor and get grants for downtown infrastructure. And then one of their key principles is to really focus on climate resiliency, really focusing on affordability, equity, and resiliency. And so all arrows point to priority development areas, station area plans, and the like. And they have set up red criteria for projects that would be eligible for their attention, whether it's grant support or actual gap financing. Next slide. And the Red Board and the Red staff, they aren't doing this on their own. They've contracted with Foresight Street Advisors. This is a firm that has established housing funds throughout the state and the country, and they've guided us through the process. So they've been very great about being available for questions and working through lots and lots of details to get the project set up. Next slide. So I'm going to go over some high-level things, and then we'll drill down to some of the key terms that are in your term sheet for today. It's a $10 million city loan, so it's not a grant. This would be matched with the county's $10 million, so we were looking at a $20 million opportunity. The idea is to leverage that, and it's quite possible, and we are considering supporting RED in pursuing additional funds, whether it's private or philanthropic. But that is the potential. So it's not limited to just the city and county's money, but we are certainly the catalytic seed for the fund. And then I talked a little bit about the eligible project criteria. I wanted to just mention what would be required. And then there's a lot of areas where projects could gain higher points, for example, but just what every project would have to meet up against just to even be considered for support by RED. So you have to be located on an infill site. You have to be providing mid to high density. And here's a key locational criteria. You have to be located in a transit-rich planned area, specifically transit priority areas, priority development areas, rural community investment areas, specific plan areas, high quality transit corridors, and or qualified opportunity zones. So it is that specific because really the intent is high density in the right place. And then lastly, one of the fourth requirement is that you're either all residential, or if you're mixed use, you have at least 75% of your total building space dedicated to residential. So those would be attached to the RED housing fund, and that's probably the most limiting criteria that we have. And those could be amended over time by the RED board. So the RED housing fund is a separate entity. It will be a standalone entity. It was elected to be a 5013C type of entity, and the RED board relates to the RED housing fund through this eligible project criteria. So the policy making, the decision about what projects will be eligible for what comes out of the housing fund will always be with our elected representatives through the RED housing board. And before I am remiss in thanking our board members that have spent many meetings developing this in the last couple of years, our current representatives are Council Member Fleming and Council Member Tibbetts. The county representatives are Supervisor Rabbit and Supervisor Corsi. So we are not being shy about this initial push and what we're trying to do. We are looking to activate market rate housing downtown in Santa Rosa for mid and high rise housing. We do not have a solid, stable market for this type of housing. So the developers are piecing together lots of different layers of financing to make it work. But what they're finding is that they're having challenges getting bank loans because there's just not enough comparables to make this happen. So what we're trying to do is catalyze that market that will set the stage for, after this first catalytic event of this housing fund, activate the market for downtown. Are you not hearing me, John? Okay. Okay, great. And so we're trying to change the market so that we have one, and that way we'll have comparables and we can move forward with additionals. What we want is a diversity in developers. We don't want just one or two that can somehow finance downtown. We need a diversity set of developers that can make our downtown happen. And then that will set the stage for our other station areas. And that's the idea behind this initial fund. And then one last note before we leave this slide is we are ready to support the RED. In fact, we know that the housing fund, in its first start to really sort of get it up and ready, we have a plug and play staff with our own city's housing authority that can process the NOFA. We've proven we can do it quickly and effectively, and we're ready to help them do that. So we are looking at potentially contracting with the fund to make that happen. Next slide. So I won't go through all the nitty gritty here because you have it in your staff report, but a couple key items. One, it's a 20-year term loan. The principal is due at maturity, so it is up to the council what you'd like to do once it matures or is paid back. You can reinvest it. You can decide to apply it to something else that the council wishes to apply it to. But so that is one of the key terms of the agreement. It should be noted that our both the city and the county loans are going to be subordinate to all other debt. We are the seed money, and so that's set up as such. And then any investment for the fund as it's evolving over time will of course be consistent with the city's investment policy. It's going to have flexible product types, and our terms accept that. So for affordable housing, where we don't really know exactly where they need help. Sometimes they need it in pre-construction, and other times they need it later in the process. It really depends on timing and where they're at. So we're the most flexible for affordable housing. And for middle income and market, we're looking at supporting construction loans, and that's kind of the key one because that's the one they're having a hard time getting. And ultimately, they could have permanent loans. In terms of eligible projects, we talked about linking it to the RED project criteria. Also, we want to protect that this is for housing. This isn't for housing in its first week. We want to make sure it's housing, it stays housing. So now we can only put a rider or contingency on our $10 million loan, but we have added that, and the county did as well. And that's to make sure that these projects that get this money remain residential for the life of the loan term. And then see here, soft cost maximums. The soft cost maximum is something that is unique to the city's terms, but we just wanted to put a cap to make sure that most of the money is going to the project. There's lots of other leveraging that can take place for soft costs. This money is special. We want to produce housing. We don't want to just design housing. We've already had that kind of experience with some other initiatives, so it's important for us to really get it into projects, especially projects that are ready to go. So you can see our maximums that we're proposing here. 25% for affordable and 15% for middle and market. I do have a technical edit to make. So when we get to that resolution that's adopting the terms, right now it just says 25% of the loan. What we want to make sure we say is 25% of the project would max out for soft costs. And so when we get to that resolution at the end of the discussion, I could help through those types of edits. In addition, there was another thing that came up that we discussed at the subcommittee level, and that was administrative costs. And we're talking about operating and administrative costs for the RED Housing Fund, and then there was some discussion about having some of that interest income also be used for the RED. That was really the focus of the subcommittee because there's been just a lot of agreement over the course of all these discussions with all the parties involved. And we're really down to that one. And we are looking at agreement with our proposed amendment there as well. So it's the last bullet under use of proceeds in the term sheet. And where we had ended up after the subcommittee discussion is not to have staff was proposing a cap on administrative, on the revenue that could be used for administrative costs. And 2 out of the 3 subcommittee members didn't want to be that restrictive, frankly, wanted to have that flexibility. But what we put on the table tonight is something that's not right now we don't have any cap and there's really no direction for what to do with the interest income. And it could go into the red. So what we would suggest, and where we would match up exactly with the county's terms, is to add an additional sentence to that last bullet that really directs that interest would go to the operating expenses of the fund, not the red. And this has been vetted with the red team and Foresight, and they're in support of that amendment. Next slide. So another thing that we share in common with the county is obviously some accountability. We want to make sure we have quarterly reports, annual reports with audited financial statements. We want everyone to be able to see full transparency, what was earned, what was transpiring in terms of the form of the loans, what types of loans. And we want to report progress, right? Because this is all about catalyzing downtown development. Did we create units? What type of units? Was it useful? Where was it the most useful? And so we intend to receive those types of reports from the red team. And then we have a red for housing fund board structure. So it is a separate entity, and we're looking at 7 voting members. So you need at least 3 to set up a 501(c), and the red board has already acted to initiate those initial 3, which allows us to have a fund and allows us to move forward. And then, as you'll hear tonight in my next slide, we have an opportunity to appoint a city member to represent the city. And there will also be 4 independents. So let me go through this real quick. So we'll have the 7-member voting members will be 1 representing the county and their interests, the city representing the city and their interests, 1 representative from the red board, which the red board selected as Michelle Whitman because she works with all members of the red. And then 4 independents, and the red board did select 2 independents already. One is Veronica Ferguson, and the other is Todd Sheffield. So remaining are these 4, city member, county member, and 2 independents. The 2 advisories you see here is an idea. It's not necessarily executed at this point. It's an idea that came out of the red board's discussion, the opportunity to have 1 of the red board members, 1 representing the county and 1 representing the city, be in attendance and be allowed to participate in the discussion, but they would not be able to vote. Next slide. So in terms of the city member, we have offerings of the same criteria that we're looking for any of these members, with the emphasis that they would be familiar with our city's goals and our city's interest. So obviously being aware of the red, our project criteria, how this will work, any economic background or financing background, credit background would be helpful. One of the things that I wanted to note is I've been working with Michelle today, making sure that any advertisement or solicitation for especially these additional members, whether it's for the city or the county or these independent seats that are left, I want to make sure that we're making use of our own Gov delivery system. And so that's going out today in our city's newsletter, the opportunity to apply for one of these seats. And so the due date for those applications will be on the 5th of August. On August 27th, the red board will be considering the 2 independent seats that are left. And so what I would be suggesting to the council is to make use of the solicitation of applications, and then we can bring those options to the council for consideration at the August 17th or August 31st meeting. And next slide. Okay, so before I go on to a next topic, which is the red, so we can back up on the slides, I wanted to make sure that there's an opportunity for any questions of city staff at this point.
Looking for hands. Seeing shaking heads. Vice Mayor?
I wanted clarification of how the red board member would be different from an independent if they're appointed by red.
Mm-hmm.
You understand
Okay.
what I'm asking?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I should have clarified. So the city as a member, the city is through the city council will have an opportunity to appoint that member for the one that's highlighted as a city member. And the county board of supervisors will appoint their county member that you see. The red board, right, which is city county representatives, and it's the joint JPA, they have the opportunity to appoint a representative for the red, which is the one at the top there, which would be Michelle Whitman. And then they also have the opportunity to recommend 4 independent seats. And then the action is by the red council. So that's how that works.
I get it. It just appears that whether you label them independent or red board, it appears that red has 5 seats, the city has 1, and the county has 1 by way of appointment.
You're correct. They have actionable influence over 5 of the seats. They appoint 1 of the seats, just like the city appoints 1 and the county appoints 1. They have recommendation authority over the 4 independent. But it's a good question and good observation. And we can also hear from, when we get the presentation by Michelle and Foresight, I'll have them revisit that element.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I don't know if this would be more appropriate with Michelle, because I had some of the same concerns that the 2 independents were appointed, but the solicitation for applications did not go through the City Connections website, correct? And so that's one question, is the criteria that is listed on slide 13 the same criteria what they were looking for the 2 appointees? And Mr. Tibbetts, I think you are also involved in this process, so you might be able to help out with that one too.
I'll speak to the solicitation and why it didn't go out with the city. One, I don't think, I know from my perspective, it wasn't known that when it was going out or that it was an option for me to get flagged to go through our system. We certainly would have shared our government delivery system. We have quite a large audience. There is overlap, though, I must say, between the county's gov delivery audiences as in the cities. And the red staff was simply taking direction that they received from the red board. And the county spoke up about going through their system.
Let's see what Councilmember Tibbetts has to say, and then we'll come back.
Thanks, Mayor. So for fear of running afoul with Michelle and Forsyth Street, we're going to give a presentation in a minute. I'll take a stab at some of these questions and concerns. Madam Vice Mayor, your question about the board was the same as I had when this came before the red board, and I was confused at first why the red board was appointing an independent board, and I'm going to look to Michelle and Olivia and Ulysse to speak to this during their presentation, but the reason is actually has to do with the IRS. You can't have, if it's controlled by a majority of government appointed or elected officials, it then gets recognized as a government agency. And the Red Board as a funding entity has to be a nonprofit if we want to have some of the same success that they're seeing in San Francisco and the peninsula and other areas where they've kind of done this before. So I've got faith in their process that they've identified, albeit it is a little bit wonky and not, you wouldn't call it commonsensical. I think that the people we've appointed so far are good. The Red has appointed Michelle to represent the Red because she has the most knowledge out of all of us. She is going to be continuing with the agency as some of us electeds come and go over time, serving on the board. So we felt she was the right pick. Veronica Ferguson, given her background in law and legal counsel, as well as some development when she worked for the county administrator's office. And then we found a great guy, his name escapes me, Sheffield is the last name, who is the CEO of First Community Credit Union, retired. And we thought perfect person to represent the financial side. We are going to have, and Tom, this is to address your concern, I'm going to take responsibility for not running it through the city's connections. Not only am I the chair, I'm the one up there representing the city's interests. And it did not occur to me that we should run it through city connections, but you have my word. I'm going to go back to the Red Board. Actually, I think Michelle is already planning on this. I believe maybe you two have already spoken. We're going to make sure that we delay the process a couple of weeks to run it through city connections. Now, I think, did I answer both your questions, Tom, or did you have another one?
Somewhat, because it's my understanding, again, I was surprised when I learned there were 6 people that filled it in. And did you guys conduct interviews, or was it just a paper evaluation before you selected the positions?
It was a paper evaluation.
I guess that's where my level of uncomfort, especially as much as this body has talked about open government and transparency, and very limited. And I know it went out to a lot of different people, but it didn't go out to everyone. And I know we can't unring the bell. So I guess I would ask for the next 2 that it does broader solicitation. And actually, as we've experienced during the last couple of council meetings, some form of a verbal interview to make these key positions here. It was a little bit surprising that wasn't done in this. And reading the staff report, who actually makes the appointment? Was it the Red or was it the council for the Red?
It was the Red, the Renewal Enterprise District.
So the 4 of you made the appointment versus, because I think there was some language there that the actual council to the Red actually made the appointment based on the recommendation. And again, it was just new language that I haven't seen in other 501 entities.
Yeah, that's one for Michelle. During the meeting, that question came up, and it was, if my memory is serving correctly, had more to do with procedure, and I think it was the way that the Red Council interpreted the law, that she was the one making the appointment. But I don't want you to think that the Red's attorney was the one that looked at the applications and then made the appointments. They went to the Red Board. We saw, all the members of the Red saw all the applications, evaluated them, and then came forward with our recommendations and then approved them. But I think the language in the staff report may have reflected that the council was making the appointments. But again, that doesn't mean that they did that in a box.
Great. Thank you. So that was helpful, Jack. And then could we just get confirmation, because even on the first slide shows, I've heard it referred to as a 501c3 and a 501(c)(3). And I'm guessing legally, which type of entity is this? Slide 10 had 501c3, slide 12 had it as a 501(c)(3).
That's probably my typographical area. My understanding is a 501(c)(3).
3C, thank you. That's all I have.
There's a lot of new acronyms and whatnot that I've had to learn along the way to even just facilitate this conversation. And that was one of them.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Thank you, Mayor. Very quick question. Who is counsel to the red?
Counsel to the red. I don't know the full name. I'm sorry, off the top of my head.
Okay. Local, outside, where do we know the domicile?
I believe it's contracted by contract to support the red.
Okay. Thank you.
Let's go ahead and keep going and go with Michelle Whitman's portion of the presentation, and perhaps she can answer some of these questions.
Okay, but also I have what we can do is we can go through that, but then I also have, I have a couple of slides to talk about the red First Amendment and then also the 50,000 one-time member assessment request.
Okay, let's go ahead and finish your presentation first, then, and then we'll go to Michelle.
Okay, great. Okay, so the red JPA First Amendment, essentially in the first 2 years of the red was considered a pilot period where there would be a lot of activities in terms of exploring opportunities for the red, what potential funds, private, public, could occur through the red. And then there was a commitment that after the 2-year formation period, that there would be a time to reflect on just the joint powers agreement. One of which we were, what we were monitoring is interest. We knew we had interest by the city and we knew we had interest by the county. So one of the monitoring aspects of the first 2 years is, will there be private money? There wasn't, not in the first 2 years. There wasn't even public money in the first 2 years, but is there interest by other jurisdictions? There was never any formal interest by another jurisdiction, and there wasn't any formal provision of money for projects. There was money for supporting the red concept, which is to help developers figure out what is needed to make their projects work, support grant applications and the like. But one of the things that they did discuss at length when they did their 2-year review is this idea of new membership. So currently the Joint Powers Agreement requires, or basically has a statement that for new members, after these first 2 years, after we've had this first 2 years of experience, that the new members shall be admitted to the agency. And there's a couple of contingencies on that they're an incorporated city or town within the county limits, and that they agree to the terms of the agreement. What the Red Board discussed at length across a couple of meetings, and then by unanimous support supported to change from shall to may, is because the Red Board wants to use some discretion. Right now we have 2 strong members. We have the city and the county, and as you can see, they're both offering to be catalytic in terms of their investment into the red. And the idea is when we do have new members to really consider if a new member would be a fit to that type of model. Do they have offerings? This is supposed to be a regional housing model with a financial arm. And so that's one of the things that I think the Red Board wanted an ability to use discretion when adding new members. Next slide. And in terms of a red member assessment, I'll just say that the city does support the red quite a bit. We host an office for its executive officer, and we were successful. We partner with the red to seek out grants for operating expenses, and we were recently successful in helping red get a $150,000 grant. But one of the items that the red needs to address on a year-to-year basis is its financial model in terms of ongoing operating expenses. And like I said, it's still, even though it went through its first 2 pilot periods, you saw from my earlier slides, there was a lot going on for Santa Rosa at that time. So in some sense, we are still emerging in its opportunity. But what came to pass in discussion at the Red Board was this interest in having not just operating expenses, but some reserves on hand to have some flexibility throughout an operating year. And so they voted for a one-time member assessment of $50,000. Next slide. And so this action took place unanimously in May of this year. And to be quite frank, we've gone through a number of council discussions on budget and even one-time requests. This is one of many coming through our portfolio. I'm putting it forward on the table because it was requested by the Red Board. It's $50,000, it's one time. I don't have another source that's earmarked for something like this. So I would look to the PG&E one-time settlement funds for it, in the same vein that we look to it for the Red Housing Fund investment. It doesn't sound like it's a lot of money, but every dollar counts in a budget that we're going through. It's not, I'm bringing it to you because it's timely and requested, not because it's prioritized across my portfolio. And there's a separate resolution for this action than the $10 million. So we tried to separate it out so you can have separate discussions on each of these actions. And that does conclude my presentation. Is there any questions about the assessment or the JPA amendment? I'm happy to answer. And so with that, we do have Michelle and Forsyth have a presentation, and it would be great if we can get theirs up. Thank you.
Am I good to go, Claire?
Yep, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Mayor Rogers. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor Rogers, and council members. I was asked to review the RED's project criteria, explain how it was adopted, and how the criteria will regulate the RED Housing Fund. Claire did touch on the RED project criteria components, but I will do a little deeper dive. So if we can go to the next slide, I'm going to lead off with the vision statement from our county's Recovery and Resiliency Framework, because the Renewal Enterprise District, its joint powers agreement between the city and the county, its project criteria, and the RED Housing Fund are all rooted in this vision. To paraphrase, the RED seeks to catalyze a balanced, climate-smart, and disaster-resilient housing market that is affordable to area workers and where all of our community members have equal and fair access to a diversity of homes located near transit, jobs, and services in a vital economy. The RED and the RED Housing Fund are an implementation of this vision. Next slide, please. The RED Housing Fund has been designed to align with the RED's project criteria, which is shown here. Claire talked a little bit about it. First, I want to quickly review how the criteria developed. Beginning in February 2019, the RED Board and public stakeholders were presented with a first draft of the project criteria, and that was drafted by city attorneys and attorneys from County Counsel's office to begin with. The RED Board, Council, City, City and county staff and community stakeholders spent the next year in bi-monthly public meetings informing, deliberating, and then finally adopting the criteria that you see before you. And looking back a bit further, the core principles that shaped the criteria were based on public priorities and policy goals identified during well-attended community meetings facilitated by the county throughout 2018 to identify the highest priority disaster recovery activities your constituents said should be the focus of a resilient recovery. That community engagement included 7 large countywide meetings with materials provided in both English and Spanish and translation services available at every meeting. Additional outreach included an online survey and more grassroots style meetings with over 80 community organizations and local partners, including City of Santa Rosa staff and elected officials. Back to the criteria now. To initially qualify for consideration for RED financing or other support, like Claire said, a project must meet the threshold criteria that's represented across the top of the slide. On the mixed use point, projects must be at least 75% residential use, like Claire said. But an exciting example of mixed use is there's a project in the downtown Santa Rosa pipeline that wants to include daycare, which would be a really beneficial mixed use. That's exciting. Projects that meet threshold criteria are then assessed based on the project's inclusion of one or more of the second step evaluation criteria, which are essentially a menu of desired project features or benefits. At the end of the day, these criteria and the Red Housing Fund honor the idea that the right kind of housing in the right places should satisfy a diverse range of community needs and public policy goals. Next slide, please. So now let's sharpen our focus on the binding relationship of the RED project criteria to the RED Housing Fund. By design, the RED Housing Fund will be structurally obligated to the RED project criteria. This point has been critical to RED board members throughout the process of designing the fund. The RED Housing Fund states under Article 9 of its bylaws that the corporation, and that's the nonprofit, shall adopt loan policies that are consistent with the project criteria of the RED. And in its application to the IRS for determination of tax exempt status, and by the way, 501c3 is the correct number. The RED Housing Fund will include as an exhibit the RED project criteria as a qualification for the fund's primary activities. The aim is to ensure that the application to the IRS is tied to the RED's project criteria, making clear that projects seeking loans will only be available for funding if they meet RED project criteria. And finally, and Claire touched on this, any future amendments to the RED project criteria must be approved by a majority vote of the RED board itself. The RED Housing Fund board does not have the discretion to change or amend the project criteria. I'll quickly add that Sue Block from Burke Williams Sorensen is the legal counsel to the RED, and city and county attorneys did help me when that RFP was out in evaluating the applications for RED Council. So at this point, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Forsyth Street Advisors and Olivia Speck, Daniela Gravel for a deeper dive into the RED's Housing Fund.
Thanks, Michelle. Can we go to the next slide, please? So my name is Olivia Speck. I'm joined by my colleague, Daniela Gravel, and we are excited and appreciate the opportunity to share with you all and speak to you all an update about the RED Housing Fund. We have a bit of a brief presentation, but hopefully it can answer some of the questions that you have. First, we'll spend some time focusing on where we're at in really creating the fund itself and where we're at in the project's work plan. We'll spend some time reviewing and discussing the fund's financial model, as well as some of the implications in the city's term sheet. And then we'll end with a review on the fund's sort of governance and legal structure, some of which Claire and Michelle have already touched on. Next slide, please. So just to review, our team has been working pretty closely with the RED over the past 18 months or so to identify ways in which this new housing fund can really catalyze development in Santa Rosa and other urban areas of Sonoma County. This has involved pretty close coordination between the RED itself and later on representatives of the city and county. And over the past several months, we've been working pretty regularly, as Claire said, on drafting and negotiating terms for the city and county's investment in the fund in parallel. At this point, we've reached a point where we're nearly final with the city's terms. An action item of which for today is to approve those terms and authorize the execution of a loan agreement based on those terms at a later date. In parallel, we've been working with the RED on really operationalizing the fund and actually had its first board meeting last week. Next slide, please. And I will pass it over to Daniela to review the products as well as the financial model component.
Thanks, Olivia. So yeah, I wanted just to provide an overview of the loan products that the fund is offering to developers. And this was included in the options and feasibility report that we released last summer. And it was based on research and conversations with a number of local stakeholders. So the first product is for affordable housing, and it's a subordinate loan that's available from pre-development through the permanent period. This loan would be available for up to 18 years at a very low interest, but with required monthly payments. So the idea here is that the developer would need a 2 to 3 year construction loan, and then on top of that, at least a 15-year permanent period. And that's because most tax credit investors will want the permanent loan to extend as long as the tax credit compliance period. And this subordinate loan is really meant just to fill in that last gap in the project's capital stack. The second product is for middle income and market rate projects. And this is a subordinate construction loan that would cover approximately 10% of the project's development cost. This would be in second position behind the bank's first position construction loan. But it's really meant to solve that problem where right now we're finding that the construction lenders are offering construction loans smaller than the developer really needs. So this construction loan would be available for 2 to 3 years and repaid upon completion and lease up and stabilization. However, there may be situations on the market rate side where if the market rents are not proven and the developer is not able to secure a permanent loan that is large enough to repay both the bank's first position construction loan and this subordinate loan, in that situation, this construction loan could be converted to a mezzanine, which is a subordinate permanent loan. And on the market rate and middle income side, this loan will be available for up to 10 years, again, with required monthly payments. Next slide, please. So one of the items I just wanted to provide an overview on was earlier, Claire had mentioned that at the subcommittee meeting in June, there was one term that was sort of up for discussion. And this is whether the city should place a cap on the amount of interest revenue that the RED Housing Fund could use to cover its annual operating expenses. And in the earlier term sheet had proposed that 50% of interest revenue could be used to cover expenses in the fund's first 3 years of operation. And then thereafter, no interest revenue could be used to cover operating expenses for the remainder of the 20-year term. That term has been struck in the current version of the term sheet. And I just wanted to say that Forsyth recommends that there is no cap on the use of revenue to cover the fund's operating expenses, and just wanted to walk you through 2 scenarios to show why it's not recommended. So first of all, the fund's ongoing annual revenue comes from 3 sources, and you'll see that at the top, in the top of these numbers here. So the first is interest, so monthly interest payments from the construction and permanent loans that the fund provides to developers. The second are one-time origination fees. When the housing loans are closed, the developer pays an origination fee. And the third is interest earnings from any excess proceeds that are invested in a permitted investment instrument. And there's also grants that you see here, and that's really just meant to cover the first 1 to 2 years of operations. These are funds that we'd raise from outside donors to cover expenses as the fund is ramping up its activities. And so it's always been our intention that this fund would be self-sustaining, meaning that it would generate enough revenue to cover its expenses. And so, so that's the premise here. But I also want to be clear that the fund is not using any of the $10 million in principal from the city or the $10 million from the county to cover any of its expenses. That's purely for lending activities. And so on this slide, this is a base case where there's no cap on the use of revenue, which is our recommendation. And obviously these are just draft projections, but to give you an idea of how this fund operates. So at the very bottom, the bottom right, you'll see the cumulative net income over the 20 years of the fund. And as you can see, it's positive, which is about $600,000 over the 20-year term. However, in the early years, if you look at the line above it called net income, in the early years, the fund has positive net income because it's generating more revenue from its activities than the expenses that it's also using. However, over time, if you look in the later years, in year 15 through year 20, what happens is as the fund is winding down and it's not issuing any new loans, there's less lending activity and thus less revenue. But the fund still has expenses that it needs to cover. The fund still needs to continue monitoring and servicing those loans and paying for its insurance and so forth. So in the outer years, the fund may not generate enough revenue to cover its expenses. So what happens is over the 20-year term, the fund will conserve net income in the early years and use it to pay for expenses in the later years. So overall, the fund supports itself by using its revenue over 20 years to cover all of its expenses over that same term. Next slide, please. And so this slide is the second scenario, which would show you what happens if we cap how much interest revenue can be used to cover expenses. So in this scenario, we're only using 50% of the interest revenue in the first 3 years, and then we're using none of the interest revenue thereafter. And so what you see at the very bottom, under the cumulative net income, and the far right, you'll see we've got a loss of almost $3.8 million over the 20-year term. And so, and the reason for this is because interest earnings are actually a significant portion of the fund's ongoing revenue source. And so if that's capped, there's not enough revenue to cover its expenses over the fund's 20-year term. And if this was to happen, we would actually need to be raising grants year over year to cover the fund's expenses, which would end up further increasing expenses because we've got to pay for the fundraising, the time to fundraise. I also just wanted to make 3 more comments. I know that there was a question or a statement at some point that it was always intended that the fund would attract additional investors who would help pay for these operating costs, and that is true. So if the fund attracts additional capital from other lenders, that means we'll have more money to increase its lending activities. But with more activity, there will be more revenue, but there will also be more expenses. So there'll be additional underwriting, closing costs, and staffing needs. Also, on other funds we have worked with, we have not seen caps on funds. And so what typically happens is as this fund grows over time, excess revenue could be used for new business lines or to increase lending capital on its current products. But those decisions typically get made over time based on actual financials. And so we really want the fund to have the flexibility now to jump on opportunities as they arise. And that may not be on our radar today. And so the less constraints we put on this fund today, the more opportunity we really have in the future. And then finally, just to note, there will be an annual budget process. And so the Red Housing Fund Board every year has to approve the annual budget, as well as approving the costs of third-party contracts or staffing. And so as time goes on, the board will be able to review actual historical expenses and make better educated decisions about upcoming needs and future expenses. And so we'll stop there and we can move on to the next slide.
Thanks, Daniela. So to switch gears a little bit and talk about more of the legal and governance structure for the fund will be governed by its board of directors. And so to talk a little bit about who those people are and then what their responsibilities will be on the next slide. The board is going to be comprised of 3 representatives appointed by the public sector. So the Red Board will have an appointment of which they've already made, as well as 1 appointment each from the city and the county. And then the remaining 4 seats on the board will be independent directors. And these individuals will be recommended by the Red Board, but appointed by council for the first 2. And then because we already have a fund established, the current board members will be taking that recommendation for the next 2 seats. And so Councilmember Tibbetts was, in his comment earlier, correct in saying that the reason that we're trying to structure it this way, and it is a bit wonky, is that we need to make sure that a majority of the board is classified as independent, which means that it isn't appointed by a public agency. And that is because the IRS would view the fund if it was appointed or a majority of the board was appointed by a public agency as an instrumentality of government. And this can also affect the fund and its ability to fundraise over time. For instance, if the fund at one point wishes to become a certified community development financial institution, a CDFI, CDFI certification isn't extended to instrumentalities of government. So the fund would not be eligible to become a CDFI at a later date. And so that's kind of just a little bit of why we've structured it this way and how kind of the process is played out and the reason for that process. And then I'll add, as Claire said too, at a later point, the RED board may decide to add 2 non-voting advisory members to the board as well. And so these individuals will be able to participate in meetings and voice their opinions, but they would not be able to actually vote on matters concerned by the board of directors. And as I mentioned, we have the first 3 board members already in place, 2 independent directors, as well as the RED's appointee. And the remaining 4 directors on the board will be filled later this year, later in the summer. To recap just a little bit on the legal structure of the fund. So the fund, because we have those 3 board members in place, we were able to submit the articles of incorporation, which formally create the fund as a 501c3, a nonprofit corporation. And so now our next step is to apply for federal tax exemption from the IRS. And so our team, working with the RED and Council, is currently in the process of drafting a Form 1023, which we'll submit to the IRS for federal tax exemption. Lastly, from an operational perspective, we're anticipating a very lean staffing model for this fund. As Daniela, you can kind of tell from the slides that Daniela reviewed, the expenses, we're trying to keep this as light touch and lean as possible. And so therefore the fund, at this point, we're anticipating that it will contract with third-party service providers, such as the city's housing authority, to provide all the capacities that the fund needs to operate. Next slide, please. So the board, as I mentioned, is going to have the primary decision-making role for the fund. And you can kind of think about these decisions in 3 broad categories. There's sort of a governance component. And so that's kind of adopting or amending any key governance documents or policies. And so we already have the bylaws and the articles of incorporation, but if at some point the fund wants to establish further policies that it needs to abide by, the board would be responsible for creating and adopting and amending those as well. If at some point the board would like to add new members to the fund, that is something that the RED Housing Funds Board will need to decide, and they'll need to decide who and when to appoint those members. There's a financial component separately, which is kind of anything associated with the fundraising ability as well as the budgeting process. And so if the fund is looking to raise additional capital, the board would be the body responsible for approving terms and eventually agreements of those investments into the fund. As Daniela mentioned, the board will also be approving the fund's annual budget. So they will be reviewing the nitty-gritty details. Who is the fund going to be contracting with? What are the size of those contracts? Things like that. There's also an oversight and reporting component. So the board will be guiding the fund through its annual audit and 990 procedures, as well as receiving and filing reports around those processes as well. And then importantly, there is the programmatic aspect, which is really deciding what projects the fund will be lending to, what projects the fund is going to support, as well as if the board wants to add new products or programs at a later date, the board would be approving those as well. And so we've listed here just a few kind of different types of backgrounds that we've seen represented in other funds that Forsyth has worked on. And just kind of to help the city think through, the different types of individuals they might want to appoint. And so we've seen individuals with backgrounds in housing and community development, sort of public agencies, individuals who have more of a philanthropic or corporate finance background. Law is always very important, as well as any sort of local advocacy or local stakeholders as well. So I'll stop there. That's the presentation that Forsyth had. And I don't know if we want to answer any questions or if there's, Claire, that you wanted to get back to your process, the rest of your slides as well.
No, I want to make sure that they have an opportunity to ask you questions, especially those that I could not answer.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and do a couple of council comments or questions here. I do have a few myself. First, and I apologize if I missed it, what's the length of the term for board members?
The initial term is, I believe it's 4 years. Let me just double check. An initial 4-year term, though the representatives for the city, county, and red board, public agencies can replace their board of directors at any time.
Okay. And Claire, my understanding is that this would be similar to many of our appointments where mayor appoints, council approves?
That's the staff's recommendation, is to treat it just like any other regional appointment.
Okay. And then Michelle, I had a question about the criteria, if we can go back there. As I understand it, you have the 4 criteria that are required, and then you have a requirement that at least one of the additional conditions are met. One of the required criteria was transit-rich planned area, but then one of the listed plus have to have was proximity to transit, bike, and pedestrian crossing. They sound like they're similar to me, but I'm hoping you can parse through the difference, because it would seem that the initial criteria that is required actually would satisfy the condition that is intended to be additive.
Sure, I'm happy to take that. The first reference across the top of the screen refers to, I think it's 5 different designated planning areas. And there is a more detailed project criteria sheet with the legal definitions, but the designated areas are priority development area, rural community investment area, specific plan area, high quality transit corridor, and qualified opportunity zones. What you're seeing in the evaluation criteria is not a legal definition, but more general definition of, let's make sure that there are multimodal transportation options in proximity to these developments.
Okay, so it's possible to satisfy the transit-rich and planned area criteria without satisfying the proximity to transit, bike, and pedestrian connectivity?
Certainly, I think it would sweep in the proximity to transit, maybe not the bike and pedestrian proximity.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure that that wasn't, that the plus one or more of the following, I assumed it's supposed to be additive, and I just wanted to make sure that there's at least some form of a distinction, that you don't just automatically have that if you meet the basic criteria.
Yeah, I think that, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, go for it.
I think that what that evaluation criteria is getting at are things like the multi-use path, which wouldn't fall under the definition of any of those planned areas.
Okay. All right, thank you. And then the last question that I had was partially for Claire, partially for Michelle. Sounds like the board has had a pretty exhaustive conversation on this, but when we did the original design of the Renewal Enterprise District through the Build Rebuild Ad Hoc Committee, the intention was to open this up for other cities to participate after 2 years, and I understand why we're not at that point now. I have talked with council members in other cities who are interested in participating, and I think if we're encouraging other jurisdictions to do their part with housing as well, and I know that many of them are feeling the sting of the new RENA numbers, I'd be a little bit hesitant to make it more difficult for them to join the Renewal Enterprise District. And so I guess I'm just asking for a quick pitch. Like I said, I know you did a more comprehensive discussion on it, but what's the pitch for making it more difficult for these cities to join?
We haven't made it more difficult. We haven't made it, what we've done is amend the language so that it's not automatic. Through the course of setting up this housing fund, it's important to get it established and its legal structure established before we start adding members. But I've talked with council members and mayors from other cities that have expressed interest as well. And it looks like Councilmember Tibbetts wants to add to this, and he is chair of the RED, so I'll yield to him.
Go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to try to address your question and your concern with rehashing our discussion during a meeting about this very thing. The Red Board was unanimous in its agreement that we need to welcome in other cities. From an impact perspective, like you're talking about, housing's a regional issue, and also from, I think, just kind of a best practices, let's pool resources, both in terms of human capital and financial capital. So that is absolutely the intent going forward. I will say, speaking for myself, and I want to stop short of speaking for other board members, but I do think this might have been some of the sentiment, is we didn't get to a point of discussing resource allocation beyond the $50,000 membership fee. And what I'm driving at here is, as the person representing the city of Santa Rosa's interest on the Red Board, I feel a fiduciary responsibility to see to it that that $10 million is serving the city of Santa Rosa first. If we start issuing loans and these developers are able to get occupancy in their buildings, get cash flow, and then go out and get a better loan, refinance, and we're repaid, personally, I think it would be great if Santa Rosa could lend a hand to the rest of our community. Again, with the understanding that housing is a regional issue. But right now, I feel like my charge has been to protect Santa Rosa's interests and money and meet the housing needs of our city. And since the Red is so new, that really had to be my focus. If you and the council want to change that focus, I'm happy to take those sentiments back to the Red Board. So
Why wasn't there a discussion about a return, for the time being, a return to source requirement? That it would seem to me more prudent that you would say that the $10 million that the city put in needed to be used on projects to finance projects that were in the city, rather than make it so that others couldn't join. You could then basically say to Runner Park and to Healdsburg, if you put in money, that'll be able to back projects that are in your jurisdiction until we see how this plays out.
Yeah, and Mayor, what I'm saying is we just didn't get that far because we recognize that that's the question of the day, right? It's the return to source question. As one of 7 on the council, I like return to source, but we have not, frankly, just had the time as a Red Board to have that broader discussion about what is the payments into the Red Board look like for these other jurisdictions? What does return to source look like? We have just been entirely focused on navigating the legal structure of the nonprofit in the eyes of the IRS, the criteria for how we will evaluate projects, and the selection of what will be hopefully a good and strong independent body. So I'm sorry that that's not, it's kind of a cop-out answer, but it's the truth.
No, I think it's a fair answer, and I appreciate the honesty. Councilor, are there any other questions? Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know this may sound in the weeds, but I'm a big proponent of let's ask the question before it's before us. So on the Red Housing Fund, what's the process for proxy votes? Are they allowed or not?
They are not allowed.
So that's specifically in the, I guess it'd be the Articles of Incorporation?
It's in the bylaws.
Thank you. Okay, and then I know that, did the board discuss any opportunity for the in-kind donations? I know the city of Santa Rosa is providing office space. Is that just, how is that being looked at?
Is that a question for me or for staff?
Yes, it could be for anyone.
Yeah.
I think it's a question for Red, because Michelle can talk about their operating budget and what they rely on and how that functions and how the asks fits into that bigger picture. But I wanted to just make a point of clarification. We do provide additional assistance besides just a member assessment?
Sure. So I do have a cube in room 6 of City Hall, and the red has provided value to the city. The city's providing value to the red. For example, I just got there's a red grant to the city to fund part of the EIFD study. The city did assist with the red with an application to MTC that got a $150,000 grant. The red paid for a grant consultant to complete a grant application for a state grant that's coming to your council for approval in the next couple of weeks. So there is a lot of mutually beneficial collaboration going on. Neither the city nor the county have contributed financially to the red so far. We've been extremely fortunate that we got the Hewlett Foundation grant to start this up as a pilot project, and we've gotten grant funding to help offset some of the costs of creating this housing fund. And I do a lot of fund development, still seeking grant funding. So the answer is we've been great partners, actually, city staff and the red, in attracting resources for housing projects here. Last year, the red worked with 4 different developers to submit state grant applications that won $38 million in funding. City staff has worked well with the red and with community stakeholders to capture a larger share of the disaster low-income housing tax credit pie. Some of those credits were slipping through our fingers. So I think the answer is we're doing great together, and we are attracting more resources to devote to housing here in Santa Rosa and Sonoma County.
And I totally get that. I guess my interest is, as long as the Red Board acknowledges that and we're recognizing that and we're okay with the geographic location for the executive directors of the city facility, and period, we're not expecting any compensation, because I totally get what you're saying, Michelle, about the mutual beneficial agreements with it. I'm just all about, because if we do, as the mayor was talking about, if other cities do join, situations change. And let's just make a conscious decision that we're good with it versus, didn't think about that. So that was the only reason why I brought that question up. And then lastly, I think this would also be for you, Michelle, on the attachment 5, which you did a great job of explaining. There's a memo to Claire that's included in our staff report about how we came up with the 50K. But I did notice on one line item from fiscal year 2021 was a red grant to housing project, 250K. Could you share a little information about what that was?
Sure, that was a placeholder that was put in the original red budget that I inherited. We didn't know we would have a red housing fund. We didn't know we would attract all this state grant money, these tens of millions of dollars. And so before I was executive director, the Red Board set that money aside, not dedicating it to anything at the time, just let's set it aside. And in reality, as you know, Councilmember Schwedhelm, that funds less than half a door of a housing development. So early in the year when we did budget workshops with the Red Board and then adopted a preliminary budget, it was determined that the highest and best use for that $250,000 was to keep the red going through this process of setting up the housing fund, because that's where we're really going to make the biggest difference. If we can get this, if we can stand this thing up, deploy $20 million to get sticks in the ground on these projects that are stuck, that's going to make a lot more difference than $250,000, like I said, half a door in a multifamily housing development.
Great, thank you for the explanation. So just so I'm clear, there was no other housing project got it, it stayed within the fund itself?
Right.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions from council members? All right, we'll go to public comment on this item. Is there anybody in the chambers interested in speaking? All right, we'll go to our live Zoom comments. We'll start with Luke and then go to Adrian.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rogers and members of the Santa Rosa City Council. My name is Luke Lindenbush with Generation Housing, a nonprofit organization supporting the supply, diversity, and affordability of housing in Sonoma County. We submitted a letter co-signed by 24 local leaders strongly encouraging you to match the county's $10 million investment in the Red Housing Fund. I'm here to reiterate that recommendation that you seize a once-in-a-generation opportunity to accelerate the pace of housing production by allocating a portion of PG&E settlement funds to fund the inception of the Renewal Enterprise District's Housing Fund. This match with the County of Sonoma's recent allocation to the RED is the culmination of a long process and nearly complete. This is a watershed moment in realizing a vision that has been in the works for years. And this is the product of many years of hard work and many community members, elected officials, and local government staffers who refuse to give up on a commitment to housing production in downtown Santa Rosa, in particular in the wake of the 2017 fires. The effects of the Red Housing Fund will support a vibrant community both within and beyond Santa Rosa. This is a regional approach to housing that's starting right where we need it most. As has been mentioned, local funding is instrumental in attracting additional state dollars to adequately finance the many projects that struggle to secure the full stack of funds needed to break ground. There's no single solution to make housing production viable, and the city of Santa Rosa has been recognized by Governor Newsom as doing pretty much everything you can to streamline the processes of permitting. But in terms of what could be a silver bullet, even though there isn't one, to make housing production more viable, the Red Housing Fund just might be it because it addresses financing. And financing is the most complex challenge getting in the way of us delivering on housing production here in Santa Rosa and Sonoma County. We need a lasting, self-sustaining funding mechanism to bring more mid-rise and high-rise housing at all levels of affordability to downtown Santa Rosa. Thank you to Council for your continued support of the RED, and thank you to staff, Claire Hartman, Megan Bassinger, Forsyth Street, and of course, Michelle Whitman, for all of the hard work in developing an innovative and resilient solution in the making. One that's driven, I might add, by comprehensive project criteria consciously designed to address key community development and disaster recovery needs. We appreciate your service, and we understand the difficulty in balancing compelling and competing needs and priorities for what to do with this funds, and the challenge in prioritizing funding when there's simply not enough money for everything. We encourage you to rise to the opportunity of this moment by prioritizing and investing in housing. The Red Housing Fund is the best way we have to ensure this settlement money has significant, lasting, and generational impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Luke. We'll go to Adrian. Adrian?
Thank you.
There you go.
Yeah. My name's Adrian Lobby. I'm the co-founder of Homeless Action. It's really so nice to see all of this effort to build more housing. It's a core desire of all of us, and I'm really grateful for everyone's work to get us this far. Now, as I'm sure you know, building market rate housing does not solve the most important housing problem we face in Santa Rosa, which is the lack of housing for poor and homeless residents. To house this community takes planning and oversight, and I'm really pleased to see an emphasis on this as one of your core principles. So I have a few things I'd like to bring to your attention. One is I want that you would make an effort to support the housing plan so that the share of extremely low and very low income housing is actually built. There's a long way from this moment till that, and it's important that you watch out. Every local entity wrestles with a percentage of these very low income units. They're not easy to fund, and they often link it to the density bonus. It is really important that the RED not leave these decisions to the local entity, but to make them as part of their contracts. In addition, you and the RED board should very strictly monitor variances that are given in your documents. Say if other financing requirements preclude, then they can get a variance. So we can't let anyone involved in developing these units ignore the need to house the poorest residents, including homeless residents. It's so core to what we're trying to build in Santa Rosa right now, which is an integrated community. And this brings me to the final point, which is the potential for off-site, affordable, and workplace housing. I'm hoping this doesn't mean what I think it means, which is, oh, if you can't afford to do them right next to your fancy luxury apartments, you get to do them over in Roseland somewhere or in some other very low-income neighborhood. This is not what we want. We want affordable and workplace housing to be integrated in each project and certainly within each area and not shuttled off to some low-income neighborhood, ensuring that it becomes more and more low-income as time goes by. Thank you so much. It's really interesting listening to all the details, and I wish everyone the best of luck.
Thank you so much, Adrian. I did see Jesus Guzman's hand pop up, and I'll see if it pops up again. We'll go to Gregory Fearon.
Thank you. I, like Adrian, am excited about the possibility of raising more funds for doing housing, low income and the missing middle. We all need housing. And your housing authority and the county's housing authority have been, I won't say fun places, but they're the places where folks like me and others who want to build low income housing have gone to wrestle with all of these questions. And as legislative bodies under the Board of Supervisors in the city, they're open to us. They're Brown Act compliant. What I was a little alarmed at, and I've been to all the meetings of the RED, was the what seemed like the setting up of a nonprofit not being under anyone's sort of control in order to get out of the Brown Act. Now, I'd like someone to say yes or no, because that bothers me. It is unusual to hand this much money to a nonprofit organization if what you're trying to do is to meet behind, somewhat closed doors, meaning you're not going to let us know enough to be able to do what, every other commission of the city or county has to do in order to be able to do this in the light of day and be transparent. So someone please tell me I'm wrong, that these are all going to be private meetings of a board that isn't really under the control of any elected. Thank you.
Thank you, Gregory. I'll go ahead and pull it back and see if we have any voicemail public comments.
We have no voicemail public comment on this item.
Great, thank you. And Michelle, I'll go ahead and throw that question to you. Will this board, for lack of a better way to put it, be Brown Act compliant?
A 501c3, a nonprofit, is not subject to the Brown Act. Transparency has been important to the RED Board, and through the quarterly and annual reports that will be made to the City Council and the county and any other investors to the fund. There will be some accountability there. We do have community members who have skill sets that are valuable to the fund, who have served on other community boards. Todd Sheffield, for example, has served on the CAP board. I don't believe the CAP board is subject to the Brown Act, but none of us would deny that, it's doing amazing work. Nonprofits have to adhere to standards to remain nonprofits. This is a model that has been used, that Forsyth has used in other cities across the country because it works, because it promotes investor confidence so that we can attract outside funds, so that we can, down the road, perhaps become a CDFI and access the U.S. Treasury CDFI funds. I think for a deeper dive on why this model works and what its advantages are, through the mayor, if you wanted to pitch the question to Olivia and Daniela, they could probably add to it.
Yeah, I can definitely have them weigh in on that. I think we all understand that because this is a 501c3 and not a government entity, the Brown Act wouldn't apply as it's written. I think the question is, and I think it's a good one from the public, if we're putting $10 million towards this of the public's money, where is the public able to weigh in? And what I heard from you is they can weigh in on decisions that have already been made when they're reported back to the jurisdiction. But you're saying that there's no upfront engagement, there's no opportunity for them to comment prior to funding decisions being made.
I guess prior to the financial decisions being made, those are credit decisions that are being brought to the Red Housing Fund Board with proprietary information, private financial information. We do have a really robust participatory planning process here in Santa Rosa and certainly in Sonoma County. There is a lot of public participation and opportunity for public participation there. The Red Board meetings are Brown Act, and we invite public participation. Every time we post an agenda, I distribute it widely. But
I get that. I guess the question is, once the funds leave the city, go to the Red Board, and are allocated to the 501c3, the public has no way to participate and no way to know that the decision is being made or what projects are being funded until that quarterly report comes back.
Right. The public knows or should know, and the elected officials who are accountable should know that these projects are going to be bound by the RED project criteria. Those project criteria align with public policy goals. The fund has to operate as a public benefit charity, as a 501c3. And I think those check the boxes of where is the fund accountable. But is the public going to come and go through the financial statements of a project sponsor and have the opportunity to review their credit and give a thumbs up or a thumbs down? It's not designed that way.
Okay. I'll see if there are any other...
I would just weigh in through the mayor. The emphasis for public interest participation in this model is going to be that RED criteria. So getting proactive, getting interested in what that criteria is, and that reliance is on our RED board, of which we have 2 representatives. But that is the participation point. Otherwise, just as Michelle noted.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions from council members? All right, we do have 3 different resolutions here. I'm going to ask council members if you're going to make statements on them, go ahead and make them now before we start to parse through each of the 3 of them. Councilmember Schwedhelm, do you want to start?
Nothing to add. I appreciate the presentation. This is a very complex subject, but I appreciate the time and energy that went to its production.
Okay. Councilmember Tibbetts?
Thank you, Mayor. I've got the resolution approving the $10 million in front of me. I do not have the other 2. I don't know if I'm looking at an outdated agenda. Oh, never mind. I have it. Red assessment and resolution 3. Okay. Here we go. I move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving an allocation of one-time PG&E settlement funds in the amount of $10,000 in the form of a loan to the Renewal Enterprise District Housing Fund to assist with the development of infill housing in the City of Santa Rosa, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Tibbetts and a second by Councilmember Sawyer. And now, Claire, was there an amendment that you wanted to make to this one? I want to make sure it's captured.
Yes, thank you. And I could just summarize the amendment. So the amendment is to the Exhibit A that is attached to that resolution, which is the city's loan terms, the term sheet. And what we're suggesting is to replace the right after the third bullet under use of proceeds. We just want to specify that there's no more than 15% of proceeds from the loan may be used to fund soft costs for any of the market rate projects, and no more than 25% of proceeds from the loan may be used to fund soft costs for any affordable project. We want to make that text amendment so it's specific, not to 25% of the loan, but 25% of a project. And then the second, go ahead.
No, sorry, please continue.
And then the second one is just the last bullet under that section, which is essentially, it's still not professing a cap on administrative costs or administrative use of interest income. There's no cap that we're professing, but we want to match the county's language that does restrict the interest income to the fund and not have it move on to the red as well. And so that we'll add that language into the loan agreements to match. Thank you.
So moved on both amendments, and I realize I said 10,000, not 10 million. So I'd like to correct that.
Michelle was sweating there for a second. Is that okay with you, Councilmember Sawyer?
I just have a question for clarification. Claire, so when the conversation was around the cap, does this fall within a reasonable change that will not hamstring the endeavor?
Yeah, this is a change to the terms that checking with Michelle and team, they're comfortable with. And again, the county has the same terms. And the intent all along is that the interest income would stay with the fund. And we're just being specific because the draft terms that we submitted with this packet wasn't specific. So we'd like to be specific, just like the county.
Okay, as long as it's, like I said, as long as we're not hamstringing, then I'll accept that. I will second that.
Okay, let's go ahead and call the vote on this resolution.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Aye.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez? Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 5 ayes, with Council Members Alvarez and Fleming absent.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Okay. I'll move a second resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving an allocation of one-time PG&E settlement funds in the amount of $50,000 for a one-time member assessment to the Renewal Enterprise District and waive further reading.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Tibbetts and a second from Councilmember Sawyer. Let's go ahead and call the vote.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Aye.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Alvarez? Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 5 ayes, with Council Members Alvarez and Fleming absent.
Councilmember, you're going to do the third resolution as well?
I am. I was hoping my son would let up, so I apologize. Okay, I move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving the First Amendment to Renewal Enterprise District Joint Exercise of Powers Agreement, modifying Section 4.02, allowance of additional members, and waive further reading.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Tibbetts and a second by Councilmember Sawyer. As I expressed previously, I do have concerns. My preference would be that the board review return to source, not change how difficult it is for members to join. And I do think it makes it more difficult for them to join and much more subjective. So I will not be supporting the motion. But with that, let's call the vote.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Aye.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
No.
That motion passes with 4 ayes, with Mayor Rogers voting no and Council Members Alvarez and Fleming absent.
Okay. Thank you so much to the Forsyth team and to Michelle for all the great work that you're doing with the red. Thank you, Claire, and to our legal staff for your work on this item as well. It has certainly been a big project, and we appreciate the impact that it could have. Councilmember Sawyer, did you have anything additional to add?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. It's something to consider. First of all, thank you to all involved in bringing this forward. We are actually putting our money where our mouth is. And it brings me to 10 years hence. We have experienced as a council intentions from years ago that lost some of their clarity. And then the monies which were intended for one purpose somehow in those 10 years or 15 or 20 years, which can go in the blink of an eye, became less clear. Is our documentation clear enough to future councils that are the spirit in which these monies were loaned? Because in 10 years, it's going to come up before a council to either reauthorize that loan or not. Would it be helpful to a future council to have a letter of intent and spirit that lets them know why we did what we did, and that we hope that they have seen the value and would want to continue in that same to reauthorize that loan, or to at least consider heavily reauthorizing that loan because of its original intent. And I guess the question is it necessary? Would it be prudent? Is it even done? Because we've seen what can happen when employees retire and councils fade away, as will memories. So as long as the language is captured in our documents, I'm fine with it. But somehow, sometimes, and we've seen it happen, the intentions fade and the intentions become less clear. And that would concern me, given the importance of this $10 million in 2021. It may not be all that important in 2031, but I'm just wondering if a secondary letter or some kind of attachment to this document would not be prudent. It's just a question. It's not a requirement, of course. I'm not asking for a motion. I'm just thinking, would it be prudent?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I'll weigh in, and then, of course, I'll also give Claire and Michelle and the Forsyth team an opportunity as well. From my perspective, first I'd clarify it is a 20-year loan. So we're talking about a council in 20 years. The documents have not yet been prepared, the final documents, the final loan documents, but I would anticipate that they will lay out, and it would certainly be my intent in looking at them, to make sure that they lay out very clearly what the intent is. And my own sense, certainly within the discretion of the council, but that document should be sufficient. There'll be several documents that are all involved. You'll certainly have the proceedings from today as well. That would be sufficient to clarify down the line what the original intent of this money. I also recognize that over time, the circumstances change, and there may be reasons that things shift in 10 years or 15 years, and that it would be within the discretion of the council that is then seated at this dais or at the dais of our new city hall somewhere, that council would be able to weigh if there are appropriate changes that should be made. So from my perspective, I don't see a need for any additional documentation, but again, that would be within the discretion of the council. And I would note that any such documentation still would not be binding on a future council. So.
I appreciate that, Madam City Attorney, and I apologize for the time error, but it actually it enforces my concern. 20 years is, of course, a lot longer than 10, and but I'm sure that the language in the documentation will clarify our spirit at the time, and of course things drastically change. And so it brought up a concern because of experience in how things get lost in the over time. But I trust your ability and your team's ability to make our intention clear, at least in 2021. And I appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thank you, Mayor. Two things. First, I want to reinforce what John is saying, because I think that's so important. You know, in the 5 years, we've seen a lot of these things come back. And the one that immediately comes to my mind is the real property transfer tax discussion. And I know these are slightly different, but I think that he's right on about communicating intent to what's going to be a vastly different council with, as Sue stated, vastly different priorities. And I always wanted to even bind it for more than 20 years for that very reason. But I recognize what Sue said rings true. We may need that money for something much more important in 20 years, and that's fine. But at least the intent gets communicated. So I guess my request, feel free to veto it, Mayor, but my request is to staff to draft a letter, and we don't have to necessarily make a agenda item out of it, but maybe if it could be provided in the written communications at the end of one of the next meetings or something. I know I'd love to review it, but that would be wonderful. The second thing that I wanted to bring up is actually for the council, citing your concerns, Mayor. I'm sorry I didn't do this sooner, but in the term sheet, I believe there is a clause about proportionality, about use of funds. So the city's funds that are used, that the city puts forward, have to be used within the city of Santa Rosa in a proportional one-for-one basis. So it doesn't specifically call out the return to source phrase, but I think it's achieving the same goal. But I will nevertheless, at our next board meeting, take your sentiments back.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. So first of all, I'm not convinced that John won't be here in 20 years. So I just want to make sure that that's on the record. Second, oftentimes when Sacramento passes legislation, they also allow the author to have a legislative intent that is entered into the official record. What I heard from Councilmember Tibbetts is a desire for staff to have a legislative intent that can ride with this discussion as well. And I can work with the city manager to have that accomplished and circulated to council members.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, we'll go on to item 15.1. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor and members of the City Council, item 15.1 is a public hearing regarding the introduction of an ordinance of the City of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa, amending Title IX of the Santa Rosa City Code by adding Chapter 9-30, Zero Food Ware Ordinance. Joey Henowicz, our administrative analyst, will be presenting the staff report.
Good evening, Mayor Rogers and members of the City Council. Can you guys hear me? Okay, thank you. My name is Joey Henowicz. I'm an administrative analyst with the Transportation and Public Works Department. I'm here to bring forward to you here a zero waste foodware ordinance with which most of you have some familiarity with, especially those on the Climate Action Subcommittee. So we can go ahead and get started. Next slide, please. So just to kind of set the stage as to why this ordinance is needed in Santa Rosa, production and management associated with single-use plastic foodware is typically used once and then thrown away. And this does have significant environmental impacts. Those environmental impacts are listed down there on the second bullet. Next slide. Bringing this a little bit closer to home into our Northern California region. In 2011, there was a Clean Water Fund study of various street litter that found that 67% of the 12,000 litter items that were counted were single-use food or beverage packaging. Similarly, a 2017 study more locally here of the Russian River found a similar percentage. About 60% of over the 2,500 litter items collected were single-use plastic items of some variety, as listed there, you can see. And in the 2019, the City of Santa Rosa Stormwater and Creeks team removed over 1,000 cubic yards of trash that was deposited into our storm drain system or into the active channels of our creeks. So we obviously see a need and an issue with some of these single-use disposable products. Next slide. So over around 80% of marine debris originates on land, primarily as trash or urban runoff, and it makes its way into the waterways, which ultimately will make its way into the ocean. One of the scary kind of things about this is marine plastics have been found in human consumption items such as fish, bottled water, honey, sea salt, and more. And the practice of giving out single-use foodware automatically really doesn't, it really encourages, customers and food vendors to pay little attention to the materials that they are providing and the environmental impacts associated with that. Yeah, just maybe a friendly reminder that the City Council did adopt Santa Rosa Zero Waste Master Plan in January of 2020, and a food ordinance was one of the plan's central strategy recommendations. So that's going to kind of set the stage for the why as to why we are trying to pass this ordinance here in the City of Santa Rosa. Next slide. Another friendly reminder for the council and for the community, the Zero Waste Master Plan that was passed by City Council in January of 2020 had two overarching goals. Those overarching goals were to reduce landfill disposal to less than 1 pound per person per day of franchised waste by 2030. Currently, we are at about 2.5 pounds per person per day. To kind of give you an idea of where the direction we've been moving, once Recology took over in 2019, we were at about 2.8 pounds per day per person per day. So we are seeing some improvement in that realm. And the second goal was to achieve at least 75% diversion of franchised waste from the landfill by 2030. Santa Rosa currently sits at about 45% diversion from landfill, up from about 39% in 2019. So we are seeing some increases and some positive metrics working towards those goals. Next slide. So there's kind of jurisdictions in Northern California, all throughout California, that have passed similar foodware ordinances. Some, for example, are Alameda, San Francisco, Santa Monica. There was a recent one recently passed by Culver City, which is pretty aggressive. But our JPA, our solid waste JPA, Zero Waste Sonoma, did develop a model ordinance for member jurisdictions to consider and review. And that model ordinance there lists the following kind of policy areas, which is going to be prohibit polystyrene foodware from being sold, and providing, polystyrene foodware from being and specified products being sold by retail stores. It does require food and beverage providers and special events to use compostable, recyclable, disposable food serviceware, in that to-go condiments and cutlery lids, accessories, are going to be provided upon request only. They do encourage the use of reusables, and more recently they did make an amendment to provide serviceware products without fluorinated chemicals, also known as PFAS. So that kind of was the guiding kind of source for the City of Santa Rosa model. We did bring this model to the Climate Action Subcommittee and had some review through those channels. There was some discussion early on about moving to a fully compostable model in Santa Rosa. And that was the direction that we received from council. There was some challenges behind that, and I'll detail those here in the next couple slides. So if we can go to the next slide, please. And as I mentioned, there was some significant City Council and also Climate Action Subcommittee review. As you can see there, this has had its chance to be reviewed by both the City Council, the Climate Action Subcommittee, and also to receive public comments and feedback on the ordinance. Let's take a second to review that, and we can go to the next slide, please. So just to touch base, kind of where we fell with the going the fully compostable model, especially for those folks that are not on the Climate Action Subcommittee who have heard this presentation a few times. But pretty much all compostable foodware at this time contains polylactic acid or per and polyfluoroalkyls, PFAS. These act as a grease or liquid proofing agent. They're really designed to prevent grease or liquid-based foods from leaking out of food containers. PLA is made from plant and cornstarch, most of the time, and there really isn't any adverse health effects that are linked to that. But there is some recent studies and some more studies that are coming out that PFAS can actually lead to adverse human health effects. And so it was a request of the City Council and of some public comments that we received to go ahead and consider the PFAS and banning that in Santa Rosa. And ultimately, we went away from going the fully compostable foodware route at the moment due to the fact that after significant research on my end, we found out that the composting facilities where Santa Rosa takes our materials do not accept the PLA or the PFAS. They consider this a synthetic material. They're no longer able to market their compost as organic. And as such, their business model is significantly hurt because it's about 75% reduction in the price that they can charge for their compost. So for the time being, we won't be moving forward or considering the compostable foodware element, but I just wanted to kind of catch the rest of the council up to speed and also maybe the public who was part of some of those earlier meetings. Next slide, please. Okay, so now that we've done a little bit of kind of history and background of how we got here today, I want to go ahead and review the policy elements of the current proposed food ordinance as it stands right now. So prohibited products and retail products. This ordinance would prohibit foodware that contains polystyrene, also known as styrofoam, from being sold, procured, or distributed, or otherwise given away. This also would apply to foodware containing PFAS or anything that is fluorinated, polyfluoroalkyls there. And this would also prohibit retail establishments from selling either one of these two products. You might be wondering, what kind of products are these? Do these include? So these common products include coolers, ice chests, or similar containers. Packaging peanuts and other packaging materials often have the styrofoam. Obviously, any foodware or foodware accessories that contain polystyrene or PFAS would no longer be able to be sold on a retail level. Next slide. Okay, so specifically regarding dine-in foodware, this ordinance would allow for food facilities that they should sell or provide food and beverages for consumption on the premises using reusable foodware and foodware accessories. So what this means is that any brick and mortar food facility that is allowing for on-site dining would only be able to use reusable foodware and reusable foodware accessories that are durable, reusable, washable, instead of providing single-use disposables for folks that are going to be dining inside their establishment. Food facilities shall provide all other foodware accessories, and you have some examples there of what foodware accessories are upon request only. These could also be served upon request or at self-serve stations, but the basic intent is behind this is that instead of automatically providing it to the customer has to choose to use those foodware accessories as an affirmative request there. And then finally, food facilities shall offer condiments in reusable dispensers rather than prepackaged single-use packets. Next slide. So now we're kind of switching gears a little bit to specifically takeout foodware and takeout foodware regulations on the proposed ordinance, Zero Waste Foodware Ordinance here. Food facilities are prohibited from providing foodware and foodware accessories that are made from polystyrene or PFAS. So that's something we've already heard, but I just wanted to reiterate that. Food facilities shall provide these foodware accessories upon request only. This is especially important in the takeout food realm, especially as we are still in, COVID protocol, and we've seen an increase in takeout food from folks ordering from home and either working from home or staying home more than they did previously. And oftentimes they just will dump the fork, the knife, the napkins, the jellies into your bag, and we take that home. The thought here is most of the time when you go home, you don't really need those products, and a lot of times those end up being thrown away. And so the thought here is that we want these folks to these patrons to these businesses to affirmatively request these foodware accessories And the hope is that's obviously going to help with our diverting these materials from the landfill and the unnecessary creation of these materials to begin with. And then finally, food facilities shall provide options for customers to affirmatively request these foodware accessories across all ordering and point of sale platforms, whether that be the telephone, in person, or online. Next slide. Continuation of some of the takeout foodware regulations. Food facilities, this is a little bit specific, but something that we didn't want to put into the upon request option. Food facilities or takeout food delivery services may include lids, spill plugs, and sleeves without request for non-reusable cups for delivery. Those are for delivery and safety purposes. Food facilities are encouraged but not required to charge customers receiving to-go foodware accessories 25 cents. And the customers obviously must affirmatively request these foodware accessories. The thought here is if there is going to be, a optional charge that the business can decide that they want to put on for these accessories, number one, it will potentially help the business recoup some of those costs for those materials that they're purchasing. And secondly, it will hopefully act as a deterrent for customers to not necessarily need those foodware accessories, and they can use the durable reusable materials that they have at home. Food facilities are encouraged but not required to provide a 25-cent credit to customers bringing in their own hygienic reusable foodware containers for to-go items. Ultimately, this is designed to hopefully encourage folks to bring in their own foodware containers for to-go items. There is a state law that allows for this process to occur, AB 619, that was passed. As long as customers bring in hygienic reusable foodware containers and it is okay from the business obviously needs to agree to provide or to put the food into that container. There are some kind of more significant protocol behind that as far as hygiene is concerned. But the thought here is we're trying to get back into this reusable model where instead of having that disposable foodware that's used one time and thrown away, we can have them use a reusable Tupperware or something of that nature to where we avoid using these products altogether. And that ultimately is going to be the highest on the zero waste hierarchy is, reuse. Reuse is really where we kind of want to go and focus on. But at the moment, this is what we were thinking is we can start by encouraging some of these food facilities and maybe bringing this culture change to, our food patrons and also the food facilities themselves. And then lastly, the food facilities shall not provide takeout bags composed of plastic and shall only provide takeout bags composed of natural fiber. Customers would be strongly encouraged to bring their own reusable bags. And this fits in line with the plastic bag ordinance that also the city of Santa Rosa has been a part of for a handful of years as well. Next slide. Okay. Additionally, within this ordinance, we are proposing a 3-bin waste stream requirement. Obviously, a 3-bin waste stream is pretty much utilized all over most of our single family home sector, pretty much all of that, as well as the majority of our commercial sector. So food facilities who provide solid waste containers for customer use on site, they must provide 3 separate containers for garbage, recycling, and organics. Typically what you see now is really just that one single garbage bin. And so obviously as we sort at home and we sort at, our commercial businesses, we are also asking for us to sort at the front of the house in the restaurant and the food facility space. Other guidelines would be consistent with our franchise hauler ecology, and you see that listed there. To the extent possible, understanding that there might be some spacing constraints, we do ask that all the containers be placed adjacent to one another and that there be graphic rich signage posted above each waste stream as to educate the customers on proper sorting techniques. And Recology does have PDFs that we will be able to link to make readily available to our business community, so they'll be able to have that information provided online, and that'll be easy for them to receive and to get. And next slide. Okay, so kind of focusing a little bit more on city events, city-sponsored events, and city staff facilities. The plan is for the city to lead by example, And with that, what we're going to be doing is passing a memo, an internal kind of city manager memo, where effectively as of January 1st as well, aligning with this ordinance, all city staff facilities shall use reusable foodware and foodware accessories. The thought here is, if we're going to ask the community to do this, we should also be doing it here, as staff facilities here for city employees. And then city-sponsored events, city-permitted events shall also follow the requirements of this zero waste foodware ordinance, which effectively is going to be, the ban on the polystyrene foodware, the ban on the PFAS foodware, and the accessories upon request is really going to be the main drivers there of what we're going to be asking of our event community. Next slide. So I just wanted to kind of wrap up and kind of compare the model ordinance to also the proposed zero waste food ordinance. This was a request by one of the council members in a previous meeting, is to see kind of, a comparison of what the model ordinance did versus what the city of Santa Rosa ordinance is going to do. So you see the differences there and also the similarities. I would remind you that the zero waste Sonoma model ordinance originally did not include the ban on PFAS. They decided to make a friendly amendment after the city of Santa Rosa began entertaining that policy discussion. But we do go above and beyond that a little bit in more of the aggressive approach of the dining facilities must use the reusable foodware, the 3-bin system, and then as well as, the city leading by example by only using reusable foodware and accessories for city staff facilities. Next slide. Oh, and one last thing, I would just remind the city council that the city of Santa Rosa, I believe, was certainly the first public agency in Sonoma County to institute the 3-bin system in our city staff facilities. That was about 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. That was a project. You've seen those bins around city facilities for some time, but I just wanted to remind you as well that the city of Santa Rosa is going above and beyond there to try to lead by example with the rest of the community. So there are going to be a few exemptions in the ordinance here. Obviously, anything that's packaged outside of the city limits, we don't really have any jurisdiction over. So we are going to encourage those entities to follow the provisions of this ordinance, but we don't have the jurisdiction to necessarily mandate that. Polystyrene, aka styrofoam, that is used for insulation or flotation purposes, surfboards, life preservers, etc., would be exempt. And for the immediate preservation of the public space, health, or safety due to an emergency or natural disaster, the city manager or his or her designee may exempt food facilities at all from doing business in the city for a specific time frame dependent on the city manager's discretion. Next slide. Additionally, we wanted to include a waiver process in this ordinance for any folks that might potentially have an undue financial hardship or practical difficulty not available to other persons in similar circumstances. So we will have a waiver protocol where food facilities may apply for a one-time waiver for up to a year, not to exceed basically, January 1st, 2023. And that the waiver review will be partaken by the city manager, his or her designee, and they will have the full discretion to verify the waiver application and grant or deny that waiver. Next slide. So the effective date of the proposed ordinance would be January 1st, 2022. This would be administered through our code enforcement department. We are proposing a reactive enforcement mechanism to where we are going to be relying on the community, and we'll have a system set up to where folks can make, they can basically let us know if there are businesses that are not following, the ordinance itself. Enforcement would first include a written notice of noncompliance and a 90-day opportunity to correct. And then failure to remedy the situation after the 90 days would be subject to potential administrative citation penalty listed below. Next slide. So I did want to touch base just on some of the community outreach that has been done on the ordinance. There was an informational email that was originally sent to the Chamber of Commerce, the Santa Rosa Downtown District, and the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce detailing the origins of the ordinance. This was about a year ago. I did recently just send the ordinance language as well as the staff report to those same entities. And I let them know that we would be discussing this tonight in the public hearing forum, and that if they had any sort of comments or concerns, that this would be their opportunity to make their voices heard. I did also meet with some of the members of the Santa Rosa Downtown District about the ordinance. At this point, the ordinance was, we were really kind of focusing on the fully compostable model, and that was really probably the most concerning aspect of it from the business owners that I spoke with. There was about 10 to 12 of them on the Zoom call at that point. They were really concerned, number one, of the increased costs for the fully compostable and what that would have on their bottom line. And also the fact of the potential for the reusables during the COVID environment was also a little bit of the concern. But by far, the largest concern was the moving to the fully compostable and the financial burden on the businesses, which obviously we've moved away from that model. And so I believe most of those concerns will be alleviated with us moving away from that. Did also meet with quite a few food truck owners out on Sebastopol Road and business owners there. The crux of their concerns or discussion points were they were worried about the on-site dining, the reusable component there, and them not having the ability to essentially have washing machines, dishwashers, be able to provide that service. And so what we're going to be doing with that is consider they are mobile, and we are going to be kind of considering under the framework of this ordinance, the food trucks would be considered as an event. So we would just be assuming that food trucks would not be providing to-go food in polystyrene, PFAS, and providing those foodware accessories upon request is what we'd be requesting of those folks that do own the food trucks. Consider they're not really a brick and mortar, establishment. And also had a meeting with some members of the Latino Business Owners Group. No major concerns from this group. What they did want to talk about was just to gain some clarity on the differences between the Zero Waste Sonoma model and the City of Santa Rosa model, as obviously some of the members were located in Santa Rosa and some of the other folks were maybe located outside of the county or in the unincorporated area. So I did provide some clarification to them on the differences between the two ordinances there. Next slide. So last but not least, obviously with an ordinance that's going to impact our entire city and the entire food facilities in our city, we want to make sure that we have a communication strategy. So I have been working with our outreach and communications team, and this is going to be the high-level communication strategy that you see there documented. And the hope is that once and hopefully we do approve this zero waste food ordinance, that we would be working to make sure that the community is aware of the ordinance, knows the specifics of it, knows the requirements, and that we make sure that we get that shared on a broad spectrum here, so everybody is aware of the pending ordinance as it's determined tonight. Next slide. So without further ado, it is recommended by the Transportation and Public Works Department that the City Council introduce an ordinance amending Title IX of the Santa Rosa City Code by adding Chapter 9-30, Zero Waste Foodware Ordinance. And next slide. I'm available for any questions or comments that you might have.
All right, thank you so much, Joey. As always, a very thorough presentation, so we appreciate that. Councilor, are there any questions? All right, seeing none, we will go ahead and open the public hearing. If you're interested in speaking on this item, go ahead and put in your speaker card or raise your hand on Zoom. I'm going to start in the chamber with Liz.
Good afternoon. In 2019, my name is Liz Bortolato, and I'm a Santa Rosa City resident and also the chair of the Sonoma County Local Task Force for Integrated Waste Management. In 2019, research combining the results of more than 50 studies found that on average, people could be ingesting the equivalent of a credit card of plastic every week in the air, in food, and especially in water. This amounts to about 100,000 tiny pieces of plastic every year. These results were widely reported, and I'm sure some of you good people have seen some of that reporting. That particular study was done by the World Wildlife Fund, or was commissioned by World Wildlife Fund, and done by the University of Newcastle in Australia. However, the findings may be an underestimate because the microplastic in staple foods such as rice, wheat, corn, bread, pasta, oils, and milk has yet to be studied. These findings, among others, serve as a wake-up call to governments. If we don't want plastic in our bodies, we need to stop the millions of tons of plastic that continue to leak into nature every year. To tackle the plastic crisis, urgent action is needed at every level of society. This ordinance is a small piece of that necessary urgent action. I urge you to approve adding the zero waste foodware ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Liz. We'll go to Michael.
Hi, Michael Hilbert. My main concern would be to the issue of contamination of the compostable materials, because there's just a tremendous opportunity for people to throw away compostable food container with leftover food and also have like a plastic straw or plastic utensils or aluminum foil in it. And, you know, we need to understand that contaminating the compost is really a serious problem. I understand that typically the material will go through a grinding machine first before being put out to compost, and if you grind up any plastic, it's common to have plastic and other things that you don't want in there, and people really are concerned about contamination of the compost, understandably. So I think for one thing, the utensils should be biodegradable as well, and based on what I heard now, you're talking about the single-use utensils must be requested, but not necessarily biodegradable. So I think it'd be better for them to be biodegradable utensils, if I understood the presentation correctly.
Thank you, Michael. I'll bring it to our live Zoom comments. We'll start with Sunny, followed by Ava.
Hello, my name is Sunny Galbraith, and I am part of 350 Sonoma and also on the Zero Waste North Bay Community Group, and I'm part of the Sebastopol City Council Zero Waste Committee. And I'm very excited that this ordinance is being considered that will greatly reduce landfill waste and plastic pollution in our waterways, and I urge the council to approve it. And I think I successfully recorded a voicemail comment, so I'll save that part for then, but I wanted to add a couple of things. I appreciate the places where the Santa Rosa ordinance goes a little bit farther than the model ordinance, and we will definitely be considering those points with our City of Sebastopol committee. And I just wanted to report, we passed our ordinance in 2019, March 2019, and we've had when we went around and did restaurant visits, restaurants were largely supportive and appreciative of the ordinance and the education that came with it. And also Zero Waste Sonoma staff has been incredibly supportive and wonderful to work with in terms of helping us make custom signage for our city, for our restaurants, being available for questions, advice for what foodware to use, and then also having the online reporting service where people can report an establishment that's out of compliance. And I emailed in postcards from the Santa Rosa Junior College Climate Action Night, where we featured this model ordinance. We emailed in postcards, photographs of postcards from Santa Rosa residents, so that you guys can take a look at that. Lots of support for the ordinance from Santa Rosa residents. And then lastly, as part of the Zero Waste North Bay Community Advocacy Group, I work closely with the SRJC Waste Diversion Technician, Guy Tillotson. He said he emailed in a comment and he couldn't make it tonight, but did want to relay his support for this. He's done an incredible amount of work on his campus in switching to compostable and recyclable items, but it's very difficult for him and his staff to deal with contamination from outside vendors using polystyrene, non-compostable, non-recyclable foodware, and then adding the burden of his staff having to sort through that and pull that out of their compost and recycling waste stream. So this would greatly help their efforts on the SRJC campus, and he wanted me to relay that. So thank you so much for considering this ordinance, and I urge you to vote yes.
All right, thank you so much, Sunny. We'll go to Ava. Ava, are you able to unmute?
Oh, sorry about that. My name is Eva Holman, and I am the policy organizer for a national NGO upstream, and I apologize for the loud room I'm in. It suddenly just got really noisy. We focus on drafting and implementing foodware policies all over the U.S., but in particular here in the Bay Area, and are so excited to support wholeheartedly this model policy with the add-on of reuse. While the model itself is fabulous and reduces harmful chemicals and plastic pollution, adding the reuse portion really will save restaurants a ton of money, not having to pay for expensive single-use disposables. So we commend you for considering this. We urge you to pass it and are really excited to see this next step moving forward.
All right, thank you so much, Eva. That's the last hand I see here, so I'll go ahead and go to our voicemail public comments.
Hello, Santa Rosa City Council. My name is Vincy Tan, and I am a resident of Santa Rosa. I'm calling in support of item 15.1, the Zero Waste Foodware Ordinance on the agenda for the July 20th City Council meeting. As you know, during COVID and post-COVID, people have been eating a lot of takeout, and a lot of waste is generated from this. Even if people want to do the right thing, many vendors don't use recyclable or compostable foodware, or they automatically provide disposable utensils, condiments, and napkins when people are already eating at home and don't need them. Making this policy decision on the city level is the easiest and fastest way to decrease unnecessary waste by requiring foodware to be recyclable and compostable, or and require vendors to provide straws, utensils, etc. upon request only. There are alternative foodware that is compliant for these food vendors to use, and the cost differential is minimal. I just want to remind the council that the landfill we have in Sonoma County has only 26 years left in it. This ordinance will help increase the landfill's lifespan and help the region decrease the demand for virgin materials and resources. However, passing this ordinance by itself is not enough. Resources and support for the businesses are imperative so that it is easy for them to comply. Education for businesses and consumers on the importance of this ordinance should also be done concurrently. Make sure that people understand how to properly separate their recyclables and compostables from the trash so that these items actually end up recycled and composted. Furthermore, I urge the city to buy recycled. Please update your environmental purchasing policy so that your staff members are buying local and recycled products as much as possible to close the loop. In summary, I urge the City Council to pass the Zero Waste Foodware Ordinance, and I really appreciate all your environmental and sustainable efforts. I hope that the city will continue to adopt policies and programs to encourage zero waste and reusables in the future. This community needs to keep moving forward towards a zero waste culture. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello. My name is Ann Jacopetti. I live at 4939 Deerwood in Santa Rosa. I'm speaking about item 15.1. I'm calling to strongly support the polystyrene ban. That we have these objects in our environment that are not biodegradable. They are not recyclable. They pose a real problem for our waste companies, our landfills, and even more seriously, when they get into our water and our marine environment, they are ingested by marine animals, eventually killing them. There is no real reason to continue with this, I'm not even sure what to call it, the substance, polystyrene. We need a ban. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Bob Besso. I'm in Santa Rosa on the west side. I'm calling about the polystyrene ban scheduled for July 20th. Agenda item is 15.1, I believe. I'm retired now, but for 30 years I was in San Francisco as a recycling and waste reduction manager. Technically, polystyrene is recyclable. However, it is extremely difficult to capture from the waste stream, and it needs to be absolutely clean, no food waste residuals, stickers, dirt, or anything. Then it needs to be densified in special equipment for shipping. Polystyrene is hugely complicated and expensive to recycle. Ultimately, it usually ends up in the landfill or worse, in our environment, where it creates pollution of our water and soils. Please support polystyrene ban. It's an unnecessary product and just a waste of everything. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes public comment on this item.
Great. I will go ahead and close the public hearing, bring it back to council. Madam Vice Mayor, do you want to put a motion on the table for discussion?
I like to put a motion on the table for discussion.
For the model ordinance as written?
For the model ordinance as written and waive further reading of the text.
Perfect.
Second.
So I've got a motion from the Vice Mayor and a second from Councilmember Sawyer. Do we have any discussion?
Mayor, I believe the title of the ordinance should be read into the record.
Okay, we'll pull that up really fast.
Here, I have the copy here.
Okay, great.
And I would ask that it be made clear that we're introducing the ordinance tonight.
I'd like to make a motion to introduce the ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa, amending Title 9 of the Santa Rosa City Code by adding Chapter 9-30, Zero Waste Food Ware Ordinance, and waive further reading of the text.
So that was a motion by the Vice Mayor. I think I had heard a second from Councilmember Sawyer. Let's see if that still holds.
Still holds.
Perfect. Does anybody have any comments they'd like to make? Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
One of the comments that I wanted to make is I would like to encourage restaurants that if they charge the 25 cents, that it would be good to provide a credit for the 25 cents, because we would like to change people's behaviors. And if people get a credit, then that is a good way to help to encourage them to change that behavior. And also, I know we previously spoke about giving restaurants and vendors options that are quick and easy to go to. So for reusable foodware accessories, I think that's a really good thing to have available at restaurants and vendors. I know Recology provided me with a reusable knife, fork, and spoon, and I really don't leave home without it. And it just has become a behavior of mine when I go out to have that in my purse or, available. So thank you.
All right, Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm going to ask for the council's indulgence. I want to do a little bit of Leave It to Beaver. When I was a kid, the garbage cans that we used to use for a family of 5 were about the size of the smallest can that Recology offers today. We've done a lot of damage since then with our packaging, etc. Styrofoam was a gift from God, and plastic bags were the best thing since sliced bread. And Joey and his team, and I think he is a team of one, has done amazing work. This is a very bold move for Santa Rosa and for our restaurateurs and all those that deal with food service. And I'm proud of the council. I have to assume that there's going to be an affirmative vote. I'm hoping there's going to be an affirmative vote with this. These little bit less than 30 words in this ordinance, but the meaning is really monumental. When I was a kid, I didn't think that the dump out next to the airport was ever going to fill up. And then when Meacham was opened up, I never thought that certainly Meacham would never fill up. And now we're talking about its lifespan. And we're talking about little plastic forks and knives and straws, etc., because they all make a difference. And getting them out of our waste stream, getting them out of our environment, maybe was not something that I was thinking about when I was a kid, but it's certainly something that I think about on a regular basis now and every day. So thank you, Joey, for your work. This was not an easy ordinance to put together, and it is comprehensive. It is bold, and I'm very proud that Santa Rosa is looking to move forward with such an ordinance. And thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thanks, Mayor. Just wanted to give a quick shout out and expression of thanks to Joey. Joey, I thought you did an amazing job just watching from afar, and you really, I think, hit the community outreach out of the park. So thanks a lot.
I want to say the same thing, Joey, and I know you really have been a team of one. You've walked not just the subcommittee, but the council all the way through this process and have done it with just incredible community engagement as well to try to strike a balance between the art of the possible and where we're trying to go with our climate goals. I know this council has heard me preach this since I've been on council, but we need to reduce our use of single-use plastics, and we need to reduce our use of things that continue to damage our environment, like styrofoam. Every single piece of plastic, and I've said this before, but it bears repeating because it's so astounding to me, every single piece of plastic ever created is still around today. It does not go away. It breaks down into microplastics. It gets into the waterways. It gets into our public spaces, and then that ultimately ends up in our bodies. A study that was done a little over a year ago found that over 70% of breast milk that was tested had microplastics in it. That is just making its way into the next generation and the next generation. So any steps that we can take to reduce that, to try to mitigate that impact, and to not have that impact for our future generations is going to be really critical as we move forward. So I'm very proud of this ordinance. Joey, great work. And I hope that the council will end up supporting, and I think that they will. With that, Madam City Clerk, let's go ahead and call the vote.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Aye.
Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
That motion passes with 5 ayes, with council members Alvarez and Fleming absent.
Great. Thank you so much, and great work, Joey. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
With that, I'm going to turn over the meeting to the Vice Mayor for this next item.
Mr. City Manager, can you introduce item 15.2, please?
Be happy to. Vice Mayor and members of the City Council, item 15.2 is also a public hearing. The matter before the council is the Santa Rosa Fire Department's annual weed abatement program report. Paul Lowenthal, our fire marshal, will be presenting the staff report this evening.
Good evening, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor Rogers, members of the council. Tonight is the annual public hearing related to our weed abatement ordinance. This is an opportunity for the public to object to any of the costs associated with the program. Keep in mind, this would be the point at which the properties remained out of compliance and eventually either brought themselves back into compliance after multiple inspections and or had to be abated by our department. And this would be the parcels that remain that have not paid their balance and would the itemized list would be submitted to the county. Next slide. So the Santa Rosa Fire Department coordinates the City of Santa Rosa's weed abatement program. This is an inspection program that is in properties throughout our wildland urban interface. So all properties within our WUI are required to comply with the program, as well as all vacant, undeveloped parcels throughout the City of Santa Rosa. So vacant lots across the city, as well as any other property with more than a half acre of undeveloped land. The other properties can still be addressed, and typically that's handled through code enforcement. The weed abatement program is addressing kind of the highest priority sites. Again, those are the 9,000 plus properties throughout our WUI, as well as the undeveloped properties throughout the City of Santa Rosa. As you heard this year, we changed the way we declare fire season. So this is actually correct for last year, which is what this public hearing is regarding. So in previous years, the fire season was declared by the CAL FIRE. However, with the current conditions across the state, they no longer declare the season. So our fire chief now declares it, which he did this year, based on the conditions being that they are much earlier than we've done in the past. Next slide. So properties are inspected after the fire season is declared. Once they're inspected, they're either found to be in compliance or out of compliance. Those inspections are done by our prevention staff throughout the entire fire season. Next slide. So if a property is not in compliance, they get a notice to comply. This is not a violation. It's more of a correction notice and gives them an opportunity to bring themselves into compliance. It should be noted that by the time the season is completed, we'll have conducted roughly 13,000 inspections. So it does take us some time to get across the city, typically upwards of almost a month to get that first round of inspections. Then after the first round of inspections take place, a re-inspection occurs. If the reinspection finds they're still out of violation, which at that point is typically well beyond the declaration of fire season, and then after 2 inspections, they do receive that notice of violation. Next slide. If the property remains out of compliance, and we do try and do everything we can to bring them into compliance, whether it's doing direct outreach, communication, then ultimately we do have the ability to abate the property. That abatement is currently handled by SAC, Supervised Adult Crews, which is a contract we have with the County of Sonoma to handle our abatement. It should be noted that's the same contractor that does a lot of the work for us in our open spaces throughout the City of Santa Rosa, and is a contract we've had in place for several years now. All associated costs with the abatement are then billed to the property owner. And of course, if they are not, the reimbursement doesn't take place, then eventually it's passed on to the county as a lien. Next slide. So the recommendation is the council by resolution ratify and confirm the itemized report that was provided to you by the fire department for the costs associated with the weed and rubbish ordinance as provided by the city code sections listed. Any questions?
I would like to ask council, do they have any questions of staff? All right. right, seeing none, I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, Vice Mayor, I see no hands raised. I'll move on to, and we don't have any recorded voicemail public comment.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to ask Councilperson Tibbetts. Oh, close public hearing? Now I'd like to.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
There you go.
Sorry. I'll move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa confirming the itemized report of the Santa Rosa Fire Department of the cost of removing weeds and or rubbish from, upon, or in front of certain lots or parcels of land within the City of Santa Rosa, and wait for the reading of the text.
Second.
All right. I would like to bring it back for comments from the council. Seeing none, I would like to call the vote.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Tibbetts?
Aye.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 5 ayes, with Council Members Alvarez and Fleming absent.
Great. Thank you so much, Madam Vice Mayor. We'll move on to item 15.3.
Mayor Rogers and members of the council, item 15.3 is also a public hearing. This is a TEFRA public hearing and issuance of bonds by the California Municipal Finance Authority in an aggregate amount not to exceed $20 million for Parkwood Apartments, an affordable rental housing project located at 6899 Montecito Boulevard. And for any members of the public who are interested, TEFRA stands for the Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act of 1983. Excuse me, the staff presenter this evening will be Angela Morgan, our program specialist.
Good evening, Council. The item before you today is a request to hold a public hearing and approve the issuance of bonds for the Parkwood Apartments project. Next slide, please. Jurisdictions are required to hold a public hearing, receive public comment, and approve bond issuance consistent with the Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act of 1983 and Internal Revenue Code. This action will not result in any fiscal impact to the city's general fund, and the financial responsibility shall be of the borrower. In this case, the borrower shall be BHDC Parkwood Apartments, LLC, and the sponsor is Burbank Housing Development Corporation. Next slide, please. The project is an existing affordable rental housing development located at 6899 Montecito Boulevard, near Rincon Valley Community Park, public schools, and shopping. Burbank Housing Development Corporation purchased the existing project, formerly a market rate housing community. Next slide, please. Once the sponsor has obtained the necessary project financing, it will preserve the affordable housing units and further council Tier 1 goals by meeting housing needs within the city's jurisdiction. Furthermore, the housing units are restricted to households with incomes ranging between 50% to 80% of area median income. Next slide, please. The recommendation before you today is to 1, conduct a public hearing under the requirements of the Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act of 1983 and the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 as amended, and 2, by resolution, approve the issuance of tax-exempt multifamily housing revenue bonds by the California Municipal Finance Authority in an aggregate amount not to exceed $20 million to refinance the acquisition and finance rehabilitation of Parkwood Apartments, 6899 Montecito Boulevard in Santa Rosa. Next slide, please. This concludes the presentation. Myself, Megan Basinger, our interim executive director, as well as Charles Crow from Burbank Housing Development Corporation, and Anthony Stubbs from California Municipal Finance Authority are all available to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you so much, Angela. Are there any questions from council? I'm seeing none, so we will go ahead and open the public hearing. See if there's anybody who's interested in speaking on this item. I see nobody moving in the chambers. I see no hands on our Zoom. Do we have any pre-recorded voicemails?
There are no pre-recorded voicemails on this item.
Great. We will close the public hearing and bring it back. Councilmember Sawyer, this is your item.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to introduce a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving the issuance of revenue bonds in an aggregate amount not to exceed $20 million by the California Municipal Finance Authority for Parkwood Apartments, a 55-unit, multifamily, affordable rental housing facility located at 6899 Montecito Boulevard for the benefit of BHDC Parkwood Apartments, LLC, a California limited liability company, in accordance with Section 147F of the Internal Revenue Code and the Joint Exercise of Powers Agreement relating to said authority, and waive further reading.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Sawyer, second by Councilmember Schwedhelm. Do we have any additional comments from council? Okay, let's call the vote.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Aye.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
That motion passes with 5 ayes, with Council Members Alvarez and Fleming absent.
Okay, we have no written communications for item 16. We'll go on to our public comments for non-agenda items. If you're interested in talking to the council about something that was not on tonight's agenda, feel free to hit your raise hand on Zoom. Madam Clerk, I'm not seeing any. Did we have any pre-recorded voicemail public comments?
There are no pre-recorded public comments.
Okay, then we will go ahead and adjourn our meeting. Thank you, everybody.